Good morning, everybody. Where's Mr. Smuggy Smug? Do you have an ice cream sandwich for breakfast? Start the day the right way? No, I should have. I need to. Well, I'll talk about it later. What were the magic pings in the background? Um, I'm not sure. I had SPX trades that closed, maybe. Why is your shirt on? For a very good reason. Did you see shares borrowed for BBBY? No. Did they drop hard again? I know they went back over 1 million like yesterday. Spy and Cat looking good in the Cat looks really good in the pre-market. It's already up like $5, $6. Um, BBBY is still pushing on that put wall at 5. It'll be interesting if it breaks it. Interesting. Should I buy calls as it opens or wait? I would be patient. Sorry, I'm trying to see if the Concord data came out. I think WeBull gave me a fractional share of Snapchat. Is that what's going on here? What the fuck? Why did Cat spike so much in PM? That's kind of what Cat does. Oh, we're gonna have a lot of volume at open. What expiries do you think are good for July OPEX exposure? 729. You're gonna have a hard time finding good liquidity on the 729 chain. Probably August monthlies. Although, I mean, depends on how much FOMO comes in today. The spread could narrow over there, but it's kind of an obscure date to buy calls for. Probably best to shed weekly puts immediately, right? Weeklies? Yeah, probably. I mean, especially if you're still in the money. I do think they're gonna continue to try to push us down. Just let Wall Street bets burn their life savings on one DTEs and then into Friday. What kind of IV pump are you expecting this morning? Maybe, well, it's going to be more volatile at market open, but the IV30 is probably popped up like 10 points or so. I was stress buying BBY leaps the last month or so. I thought I had a problem. Turns out I had the solution. Your boy AA tweeted this morning only because GME is pushing. Guy makes me ill. Yeah, well, I mean, he's got to keep his shareholders interested, right? They're supporting his retirement plans. Should we be exiting 950s as soon as possible due to the split? I mean, not as soon as possible, but you know, obviously you want to wait for IV to be higher. If they've printed this morning, which they probably have a little bit, you can try to buy them back later. Ding ding. I expect them to short the shit out of us. Good news. Do you think I'll have a chance to sell my October 200 250 calls during July OPEX? I hope so. I don't know. You're really fucking far out of the money, but I'm sure that you might have an opportunity. You making any moves today? No, I think I'm just gonna be patient. How do you think today will compare to 4-1 after the announcement on 3/31 after hours? Probably similar. Like so this back here, like this initial surge of volume, this is kind of the same thing we see anytime news is announced, right? Hold on. This is the hedging any imbalance, right? And they do this to make sure that they're whatever the news is, they're not at risk, right? For whatever price action follows. So they correct their hedge essentially. And like I think we see that anytime news is announced for the most part on GameStop. After that, it's just FOMO and shit. So I would say it's pretty similar. I don't know how much price action we're going to see from it. They're currently trying to short the shit out of the stock, so you know, if retail can push back and win, but they may not be able to. Joke's on you. Wall Street Bets life savings is $125. That's enough for a 1 DTE, right? A scale of 1 to 10, could you rate 3-minute candles? I don't really like them. I'm gonna fill the gap. Probably. There's also, if you look at the daily DD, there's a lot of foreign market arbitrage. So CVVWAP hit like the inner signal band. There's also just going to be some FOMO. When does the new options chain open? Sorry if already answered. The new options chain. Oh, after the split is effective. So the 10th. It's coffee time. Turns out I maxed out the number of memberships you can donate in 24 hours. Now I wait. What the fuck? Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, dude. Don't you love when you're right again? Yes. Yes, I do. Good news, so straight down and wait 15 minutes. Should get rid of our calls before the split since they become illiquid. I've got October's ranging from 14 to 170. So they become illiquid, but if they're in the money, you'll still have a buyer, right? Like they're still valuable. The market maker will buy them back. I think a lot of people will FOMO into BBBY because of the GME news. They're cheaper and they run together. It's possible. Any truth to the idea that fixed number of dividend shares will be distributed to the DTCC and then distributed to brokers? Seems untrue. It's not like a fixed number. But that's sort of the process that a dividend split goes through. Is GameStop issues the dividend to the DTCC and then they distribute it. What doesn't happen in that process is shares borrowed and sold short are not eligible for a dividend, right? So shares held in a brokerage account eligible for a dividend, shares borrowed and sold short ineligible for a dividend. Bobby just broke 5. It's trying. You're thinking that the average GME shareholder cost is 150, 160. You think we'll get back in that range before the dividend? Probably, yeah. With OPEX coming up, I would not be surprised. Was down 60% on cat yesterday. Thank you, Jesus, for this morning. I told you. You just have to wait. Was Jimmy's halt level up? I mean, it's not going to hit it right now, I don't think. It would have had to have moved up $12, roughly. What did we open at? Yeah, like $12.40 in 5 minutes. Baba ripping. I know. I have calls. Say that again for people in the back. Say what? No, they can just allow cash settlement, right? Cash in kind or in lieu of. They don't have to recall. There's nothing that forces longs to recall. Unless they think that over lending risk is beyond the capabilities of the counterparty. You're looking to buy Jimmy calls this week? Probably. Can anyone explain the SPY rally in a sane way? What's it doing? It's pushing up. I don't know. Fed came in with pretty neutral projections yesterday. They remain at the 0.75, the 1.0 rate hike, BPS rate hike. So, for June and July. So I think just having expectations known is enough for the market to have a bullish reaction. They still don't want to carry this piece of shit overnight, but they'll buy it in the morning. I wonder if Bobby is the new hedge for GameStop. I don't think so. I'm not really even sure how many similarities outside of OPEX there are between the two. Balance between IGH and XRT was restored this morning. Interesting. Hmm. What does this do to July 8th when XRT goes on thresholds? I mean, we still expect something possibly to happen on July 8th. We don't know yet, right? We don't know why what we saw on January 6th happened. I mean, we have ideas, but we would need to see a repeat of that to confirm them. Isn't the DTC issued X amount of shares to distribute after the split? No. I mean, the DTCC will simply ledgerize the shares and distribute them. Post-split computer share fees going to 4x. That's a good question. What do you think about DRS crowd saying we will get a cash dividend and our shares will be reduced and we'll have to buy them back? Whatever, man. Like, I had Tesla during the Tesla split. Didn't have any fucking problem getting my share dividend. I had it in Fidelity and Vanguard. Velvet Jupiter, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon. With the split date right after OPEX, is it a bad idea to sell covered calls at the peak this time, given the unpredictable volatility of the split? To a degree, yes. Remember that the peak of OPEX really doesn't occur on the initial run up. So you have the T+2 day, right? And then we see price drive up. But then because all these calls went in the money, all those calls go in the money. The MM then has to hedge, right? So then, the gamma exposure carries over to another T+2. And we get, a feedback loop until we break gamma max and they can close the entropy swap and collapse the expansion of gamma and bring the price back down. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that RC is gonna double down on BBBY. It's probably the smartest thing to do, right? He gets to double his shareholding for like a quarter of his initial investment. It's just the same thing he did with GameStop. Who decides if overlending risk requires a recall? GameStop, institutional shareholders, the lenders. Overlending risk would prevent a recall, right? Because then the risk would fall onto the lender. If it's not overlent, they'll just simply recall. Or they'll just take cash settlement in lieu of. Fun fact, we can change people's nicknames on the Discord and they can't unchange them. They can. they can correct them, but I'm aware. I held Tesla split on Robinhood. These people are tripping. You'll get your shares, you smoothies. But they're pickle. Who made today's stream card? The union was not made aware of its existence and needs to add it to our records and plans for future strikes. Noted. Louvre Union president. But shares bought during that period will still receive the dividend. They'll just receive it much later. So if you own the shares by the 18th, you'll get the dividend after the 21st. If you buy shares between the 18th and the 21st, you'll get the dividend basically whenever the fuck they feel like it. But everything owned before the effective date will be split. They have to retain parity, right? That's possible. See more downside. I think the biggest thing that I need to warn people about in all of this is there will be likely a very strong run up into the split. And by very strong, I mean much stronger than our usual OPEX, right? We already have June obligations that are unsettled. We have July obligations that are going to be closed out on the 15th. You know, we have a significant number of FTDs coming due on the ETF side during that same period. It's gonna move really hard, right? Most likely into OPEX and into the split. Smaller funds will absolutely recall. Bigger ones and ETFs may not. That's kind of the concern, but it's going to drive price up in a very real way, and probably to levels we haven't seen since like November, maybe even higher. I do want to warn people that will be enticed by the increased liquidity, that is likely not the last run. No matter what, some effective number of the split offering is going to fail. And that fail will be kicked out likely through ETF liquidity, T plus 6 plus 35C plus 3 days, which means that the larger run will most likely occur after the split. GameStop's kind of chilling right now. I will try to show you this on Tesla. So if we go back to Tesla's split, which occurred on August 30th of 2020, and shortly after, you know, the COVID crash, which happened around here, Tesla was one of the fastest gainers coming out of the COVID crash. And this renewed interest in Tesla, along with Elon's bullishness and horseshit on Twitter, began to drive the price up very, very rapidly. This is where we first start to see short capitulation occur on Tesla, moving into its split at these 2 points. This is the split date. Tesla closed at like $2,200 and it opened at like 440 the following day. It went straight down after the split, but then after about T plus 6 plus 35, this exact window here, the FTD started rolling in, and in very big numbers. And Tesla basically ran continuously. This is post split. Tesla pretty much ran continuously all the way into like Feb of 2021. Now, some of this was driven by, you know, the GameStop squeeze and the price action at that time, but a lot of it was just driven by the FTDs on Tesla. We're here in Pickle Union, stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the Louvre. We would urge you to answer the question of their union president. As you know, they have a process for logging all the stream cards that must be followed as per their contract. I will attempt to get in touch after the stream. So, you know, try to remember that, and so, you know, what they did was they built up the price of Tesla, increasing its shareholding in ETFs before the split, and then they use those ETFs to smuggle those FTDs out, right? And so a lot of people sold during this period and released liquidity. And they ultimately ended up missing out on another like 400% price improvement. I expect something similar to GameStop, or something similar to happen with GameStop. Need a new bed. What brand do you recommend? I mean, I can't remember the name of my mattress. Something and something. What the fuck is it called? I can't remember. I bought it at like Bloomingdale's. It's not Stearns and Foster. Oh, Cluft. Cluft. I don't know what model is. It doesn't say here. Sorry, that was really important. Can you speak to the effects on feedback loop if people sell calls on the 20th to move to the new chain on the 21st? Also, thanks for all you've done to steer the ship. You're the goat. Thanks, Dominic. Well, traditionally, when retail sells all their calls, the price drops, right? That gives a market maker an out because they no longer have to hedge the upside on the chain. So if everyone dumps their calls, yeah, the price will probably drop. If everyone immediately buys back into other calls, that's another story. The options chain isn't going to like open the next morning illiquid. It's going to just rapidly become illiquid, right? Because people are gonna average down to the other chain and leverage up. Missed a sub gift by Carbon Based. Carbon Based, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give a shout out to Carbon Based if he gifted you Cornichon. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much, man. During OPEX, we typically reach a week later, so is the best plan to sell them on the 21st, then rebuy for the new chain for the peak. Provided that happens, yeah. Like so everybody's selling out of their position on the 21st can change their like asymptotic risk, and they may not have to hedge upwards, but they'll still want to close their entropy swap, right? RC Sam like bag holder and BBBY, yeah. Is it better to set reinvest dividend or deposit into account? What did you do with Tesla? I think I just had it set as deposit into account. I can't remember though. Whatever the default is. You can ask them. I think reinvest would be if they gave a cash dividend, because then you would just buy the shares, right? Can you speak to the effects of the feedback loop if people sell calls on the 20th to move to the new chain? Okay. Missed subgift. BBY holding above 5. Cool. That's good. Needs to break a little further, but it's pretty awesome. I don't think it's the new version of AMC. I don't think it's a hedge or a swap. And AMC and GME drifted apart after they flipped long on AMC anyway. Hmm. Thoughts on Cat this morning? It's not following the Dow very well. Cat was doing pretty good, right? Opened up at 787. How significant is that Bobby is holding above 5? It's important. I mean, it still needs to move higher, but if Jimmy runs past 300 pre-split, I mean that's not going to probably affect Bobby that much. It could a little, depending on who's exposed to it, but yeah, Cat's a little deviated from the Dow. I mean, not a lot. It's not really trading a lot of volume either. Feels strange being a tiny pickle again. Good, but strange. Thoughts on Cat this morning? It's not following the Dow very well. Sorry, lost track. I'm just gonna assume it was DFE or RC themselves that created today's card. No worries. I'll be sure to spread that info around. I'm gonna wash my nasty balls now before the doctor's appointment. Okay. Thanks for the heads up, Fluffy. Captain Matty, welcome to Cornichon, man. I appreciate it. With all the smack Cohen talks on Twitter about people not putting their money where their mouth is, he's got to double down on BBBY. I mean, it's the most likely scenario, right? It's most likely that he does. You got it, Captain Matty. We could see short capitulation on GME next week, like Tesla before the split, or do you think it will likely be like March OPEX? I mean, I think they'll try to keep it like March OPEX as much as they can, right? Because they want to unlock that liquidity. So I think we could already see them trying to suppress any breakouts today, right? I think they're going to continue to try to suppress breakouts, and push the price back down into the range where they want it. Now going into the split after July 15th or moving into OPEX, that's another story. But for the rest of this week, I think they're going to try to hold it down. I have no idea, dude. I haven't bought any OPEX positions yet. SPY puts appear to be super expensive right now. Really? I mean, they're priced a little lower than calls right now, actually. I don't think so. They seem to be like the usual price. Depends what date you're looking at, but the 0 DTEs might be mispriced. Will shares obtained from the split dividend be short-term capital gains or long if the current position is long-term capital gains? It's a dividend, so yeah, their tax is income. But the shares themselves, I believe. It's a good question. If it was cash distributed, it would be taxed as income. I believe the new shares are short term. So if you're selling covered calls and you're worried about like assignment, last in, first out. Check Quanticord. Oh, did you get the options data up? Thanks, dude. IV plays a good entry now in case Delta crush on Monday with XRT and relatively small price action taken today. Price action today. IV's probably kind of elevated on 950s. I don't have any right now, so it's hard for me to say. They're up a tiny bit, but not much. I think they hit 211 yesterday. So even if you bought at the low yesterday, they're only up 40 bucks a contract. Or 40 cents. But yeah, if they crush Delta, it's better to buy far out. It's always better to buy far out of the money calls first when there's less time for any significant price movement. I have August 19 130s and 140s that I bought yesterday when the stock was at 114. Keep them or sell and rebuy. They're up 70%. I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. I mean, you have plenty of time on them. They're not in the money. But if you want to try to take profits now and get a better entry, you may not get a better entry. Like volatility may remain elevated. How long can Tesla fucking stay overbought on RSI? Weeks. Big green salty candles. Say it slowly. Volume's decent, but kind of low. I mean, 2.3 million. It's not crazy right now. We got 30 minutes. So it's pretty high. But a lot of it delta hedging, right? BBY 10 million volume, 30 minutes in. BBY 10 mil volume, 30 minutes in. That's probably about accurate. Thanks for the explanation. Trying to understand how you'd play flip between chains with a spread. I know I close one chain and buy the other, but appreciate some further detail on how I'll execute. I don't know what kind of spread you're holding. Is it like a bear put spread or? I know I'm really far behind in chat, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. I was able to get out 18 of 19 CCs for 15K profit. Last CC is a 200, 715. It's in my IRA, so I can't add cash. Need to sell shares to rebuy, but I have a GFV on it, so not sure how many shares to sell, as I won't be able to buy it back until Monday. Let it ride. I mean, it sounds like you don't have a choice, right? Like, I mean, watch it, but I don't know if we're gonna hit 200 like next week. We could, but probably in the latter half of the week. You think they use split news to cover XRT thresholding? Maybe. It'd be really interesting if they take XRT off threshold tonight. Jimmy follows in Tesla footsteps of run one into after July OPEX. Would a play be to sell calls, right CCs at above GM with elevated IV, give it the usual 6 plus 35 plus 3 ETF FTD to just sit back and watch CCs decay, and then position from run two arising from FTDing of the split? Um, that's a strategy. It could be risky. I mean, we don't know what the post-split environment is going to look like, right? So there's definitely some risk there. But let me see. But yeah, it's not the worst strategy, right? I mean, if they're gonna FTD and kick it out, then you know, and even if they don't, right? Even if they clear it all and the stock just trades, it's likely going to trade lower, you know. Have you read Hyperblue Seven's post? He claims they can't currently suppress their price. I mean, if he's saying they can't suppress it at all, he's incorrect. They are struggling to suppress the price right now. But they can absolutely still suppress it. Don't forget that they can have the naked short at any time. They can just buy millions of dollars worth of in the money puts and absolutely crush price action. They don't want to do that. It's shitty and it sucks for them. It's not always profitable and it's a lot of risk, especially if they're close to being in the money or out of the money. So, like, if they can only afford to do it with like 130s or 135s, is not fucking ideal because one spike in price can blow up their position. But if they can do it with like 200, 350s, 400s, yeah, they can really fucking slam us if they want to. And then, any buy pressure that is undesirable for them, they can just internalize. What's the significance of a split in relation to triggering a squeeze? It it doesn't have to trigger a squeeze, right? Trash. It could in the event that there is a share recall and that there is a significant number of shares that need to be bought to be returned to longs, right? So, if Kenny Boy is short 4 shares to every one of BlackRock's currently, and BlackRock recalls, they need to buy 4 shares at market, right? And that would potentially trigger a short squeeze. And the idea behind a split dividend is that it exposes very specifically that risk. What do you think is pushing Cat today? I mean, this is just what Cat does. Cat's been low for enough days that enough people have bought it. It's coming back up. Also, they have their dividend on the 19th, which generally causes shorts to try to get out. It's a pretty high yield dividend. So if you're short, a few million shares of Cat, you don't want to return 3% to the shareholders to continue holding your short position. Because like Cat's not going anywhere, right? It's a big blue chip. Their earnings have been quite good. You don't want to risk being on the wrong side of that trade. Odds of a MOASS like event, one in thousands, millions. not 1 in 10. Remember, they've changed all of the rules in the last year. They've done, and they killed it last year, and retail buying power was significantly higher then. You got it, Chief Lukewarm Water. The split FTDs is C35, then T plus 6 for APs. So August 26th, September 5th for split-based FTDs, plus 3 for ACH settlement. Don't forget that they can cash settle with the ACH at the end of the failure period. So it's T plus 6 plus C35 plus 3. 2 to 3, depending on the ETF. XRT 3, Vanguard and BlackRock ETFs 2. Every retail stock running. I mean, Costco's not. Home Depot's not. Apple's doing good. Costs up a bit. Express up 5%. Yeah, there's some pressure on the basket. $1,790 people won't be able to find their split shares since they can't find a like button. Does the split change your exit strategy at all? No. Except, I mean, I'm probably not going to exit my shares. I can just sell covered calls till they're free, right? I just have no reason to sell them. And I'm still convinced that, GameStop is a good long-term investment. So, yeah. I mean, I'll sell covered calls on fucking GameStop till the IV goes to 0. My plan was to buy into calls today on GME, and now that the price is up 70%, I'm not sure what to do. Best guess on a play. Be patient, try to wait it out, see if the FOMO dies down. Don't forget, though, a lot of people are going to be buying 1 DTEs today and getting burned. They're going to be buying out of the money 1 DTEs, and they're going to be selling them off tomorrow and dropping the hedge like June 24th. Can you share some stocks that split and went down in price so we can have a balanced opinion? Tesla did go down in price after it split. Walk in, put their pickles in drive. If Bobby breaks through $10, which all the pressure on the chain, a gamma squeeze could see prices run to 50, correct? Higher than 50. A gamma squeeze on BBBY could see it run into the hundreds. Does split change your exit strategy at all? Not really. Boris Johnson resigning from UK Prime Minister because he's long. Sorry if you've already covered, but are IV plays still possible heading into the split? Like 950s or October 390s? Yeah. Yeah, I expect IV to get pretty high. I woke up this morning after a dream that RC came over for coffee and we chilled in my living room while watching the stock price soar. I kind of want to go back to sleep now. Best of luck to you, man. Looking at Tesla, it looked like it's like T plus 6 plus 7 DC before the big run up began. No, after the short repositioning, it was T plus 35 plus 6 plus 3. And then you see that initial bump right before the big run up. They failed again and then began delivering shares after that big spike in FTDs. I can I measured it already. I've gone over it a lot of times in the last like 6 months. It's not from the split. It's from the point where they failed to cover the split. Then they covered with ETFs. Chat's fast and you're way behind. Yeah, I know. But Bobby is up 530 now. Well, now it's at 503, but it's doing good today. Cause extended warranty. Well, thank you. Cat moved up $6 in after hours on one candle. It's holding. I'm not mad, but how? It does this. This is like how cat rolls. It kind of just gets like repriced overnight. Turd Ferg. What website is this for? Oh, sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to fix something here. Some close bullshit. Okay. Regarding car's extended warranty, cat moved up in $6 on one candle. When IV drops on this 78160C closing, this CC is pricey, right? No, it's a 7.8. I mean, how much theta is even left on it? Closing it should be significantly less than what you sold it for, right? Unless you sold it like yesterday. If Cohen doubled down on BBY, will we see the same run as last time? We could, yeah. Double pigeon wheel, cast into Portum for 7 months, but now an almighty mod. It's been a weird year, my man. Thanks for hanging with us, DGens. Hit the like for Visceral's sake. Visceral for mod. Shares are not taxed unless you sell them. I think they want to know the tax status of the shares. No, it's not a taxable event. But the tax status of the shares is still short term until they've been held for a year. I don't think they're the same tax status as the original shares. Maybe they are. I'm not sure how that works with the dividend split. I'm not a CPA. Maybe someone who is can weigh in on it. When drugged up crazy person outside of BBY screaming Bobby for 15 hours straight. Any news besides the split that's important? Yeah, not particularly. One second. Sorry, allergies are kicking in hard. Um, how the fuck do these people keep up with their chats? Um, RC's double down's gonna be buying Express. Thoughts on Cat 190C and August expiry 4.85. Cat 190 August expiry, bit high, especially in this price range. I wouldn't look at 190s until a break of like 180, 250. It can get rejected on the upside resistance, and if it does, it could fall right back down to 160 again, especially with SLD coming up into the end of the month. I'd be really careful with that. You think we're going to see 110, 117 again? Maybe back to the 117 range. Maybe not. I have concerns for GMA 23 leaps prior to the split. I'm still in it set and forget stage until expiry. Will this require me to make adjustments after July 22nd? I mean, you'll probably want to roll your leaps into the new chain or exercise. I went to the pub on the hill. I met a nice name in Keith Gill. I gave him a cheers when we had a few beers. Man, that trader is chill. Thanks, Girk's Irish doppelganger. Are you looking forward to begin buying OPEC skulls? Them to fuck everybody who's buying 1 DTEs right now. Where do you see us possibly closing today? Remember, this, first of all, this resistance is super fucking strong and hard for them to pull away from. So this range is going to be hard for them to get out of. They're going to need a downturn in the overall market, or they're going to need to short pretty heavily to get us back into that 120 range. We're back above GN. So, longs are in control of the chain again. If they are able to push us down hard enough into like the middle and latter half of the day, we might make it back down to like 120 today. But, they still have FTDs today. Like we still have FTDs from May OPEX. And if the market continues to rally, like it'll depend on how long they can hold internalization for. Like how long can they tie up active fund buy pressure? Because if that dumps, the price is going to rip. If RC announces a double down, what are your thoughts on the likelihood of a gamma squeeze on Bobby? That's pretty good. If people don't bail on their calls early, then it can really move. The OI across the chain is fucking crazy. Like it could run off the chain in the same way that GameStop did in January. I'd say the OI is almost as high. Not because there's more people, but because it's so fucking cheap, right? No more DRS. DRS is unable to take place while a corporate reorganization is occurring. Wait, what? So I got 8,000 BBBY shares at 125. That'd be $1 million position. I created thinking 45 was just the bull run PT. Hundreds would be insane. I mean, that's the potential, right? It's not going to necessarily realize that. That would require a lot of things to still happen, right? Squeezes are rare, and everything in place in the market is designed to prevent them. But note to Tesla going down after the price. There was a tech sector price correction, as well as some buy the rumor, sell the news of the battery day event. Yeah, I know. I had Tesla at the time. There was also just a shitload of shorting and people selling out because they could. They had an extra 5 shares each, right? And they wanted to make some of that money. JT Acula, thank you so much, man. Uh, someone at my door? 1 second. That's sort of the chat, the catch up. People will re-ask anything important. Yeah, I mean, it does it automatically anyway. It'll just delete big chunks of the chat and gap it down. Will 722 weeklies have enough theta to capture decent profits for OPEX, or better to get August monthlies? August monthlies are going to have better liquidity and a tighter spread. So, you're going to lose money on slippage buying July 22s, and you're going to lose a shitload of money on theta by the time we start to move. So the contracts are going to be massively devalued due to theta decay. What do we do with our 950s with the split? Sorry if you've answered this like 10 times already. Fucking sell them. It's not like you're going to exercise them, right? Nothing really changes. Will split dividend afford cost basis? What? Hold on. What is that, Lauren? I don't know what you mean. Sorry, I'm trying to get to everyone's questions. If you've asked it and I've missed it, ask it again. The YouTube like chat deletes like strings of comments at a time and moves the chat down to, I assume, try to keep me current. I'm not sure why it does it, but if I missed your question, feel free to ask again. I'll try to get to everyone's. Am I correct in thinking if you sell your shares after the 18th, the ex-dividend date, you'll still receive the share dividend? If you sell your shares after the 18th, the ex-dividend date, you'll receive. Yes, that is correct. As long as those shares have been logged, then you will still receive your dividend shares. So bell to bell, remember, per FINRA regulation. So after market open on the 19th, those shares will have been counted. How do shorts, interested buyers interpret insider buys? Does that convince them to bail or just readjust their price target, or do they come back harder? How do shorts, interested buyer interpret inside buys? It doesn't convince them to bail. It can readjust their target price. I don't really think it does anything to the short position. It's more of a like a PR thing for investors. Like, hey, look, we're invested in the company we're running. We believe in it, right? More than anything, because the amount of shares they bought is fucking tiny, right? It's like $50,000. SPY looking choppy today to you? No. The SPY looks pretty strong today, and it broke out above that 385 resistance. It's doing pretty well. This doesn't look particularly bearish either. I guess a rejection here, and we might start to see some chop, like if we were to see a rejection at the EMA 30. But we're still above VWAP. You forfeit the dividend before, if you sell before you receive it? I don't think that's the case. Or if you sell before you receive the dividend? I've received dividends for stocks that I've sold before I received the dividend. I don't see it would act any different than a cash dividend in that regard. Thank you for subscribing to Fun Meme Stop Facts. 1, most of the Genie price action today is weekly calls. 2, BBBY might trade the entire float today. Delta from 819 240, October 390, about the same. Good pours, IV play with some Delta position. Way down for Jew Apex. Yeah, I mean, 240s are more Delta sensitive than 390s. They're more money too. So reduced leverage, right? But more exposure to Delta. Like when you're playing far dated calls on GME, you know, the farther out of the money you are, the less Delta exposure. Whereas the nearer the money calls have more Delta exposure. So the point of these is you're kind of like Delta neutral, but I still have IV sensitivity. And then, you know, these are more sensitive to changes in Delta. And it's kind of a sliding scale from out of the money to near the money. So something like in the middle is a little bit exposed to IV and a little bit exposed to Delta. Is Sundial a play? No, the company's a pile of shit. I have no idea, Noah. Mint. How does GME option data look this morning? Not too unusual. Lots of weeklies being bought for the most part. Yeah, just a shitload of weeklies. Millions of them. Some July 15s, which are also probably too early. Some September, some August. Those are better. Some July 29s, which aren't the worst. But a shitload of weeklies. How do we know they are going to do a share recall? We absolutely don't. The cons of it can expose their overlending risk, and then the person they recall may fail. which would mean that the failure would fall onto DTCC participants like the lenders. Are you bullish or bearish on the SPY going into more economic data next week? Bearish. Our economy is fucked. 6 ways from Sunday. Sideways. Do you mean after the split, just sell the contracts as normal? So split on the 19th, say we run on the 20th, then just sell contracts on the pre-split chain. Splits on the 21st. Ex-div is on the 18th. Effective date is the 21st. So 21st, market open. GameStop will open, split already 4-1. So, Honest, formerly known as AJ, maybe re-ask the question. I'm not sure what you're getting at because the dates are wrong. But yes, you can sell your contracts on the pre-split chain. You can sell them after the split too. They'll just be worth more shares of the underlying, right? They're not gonna die instantaneously on the 21st. Like it's just that. Hold on. Yeah, it's just that the liquidity is going to drive out of that chain very, very quickly. If someone sells the share after the record date but before the split, they don't get the dividend. Okay. Are you sure, Average Joe? Okay, so don't sell before the split, or you won't get your attendees. That's weird. Stock split dividends are different than cash. Wonder why they do it that way. I guess because of the division of the market cap. What happens if call options are bought before the split date? They become worth X number of the underlying shares. So, like 100 contract for 100 shares right now would become a $25 contract for 400 shares. Jimmy volume dying off. Are we going to drop? They're really trying to. Have you recently DD on how to read the options chain? Trying to figure out what's sold or bought. You can never tell 100% without waiting for the updated OI, Victor. But generally, you know, sold calls are sold nearer the ask. Or sold contracts, and bought contracts are bought nearer the bid. If there's a large number of them, like they'll slam the bid or slam the ask. Can you hold calls after the split? Yes. Chris, son of a dad. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
So in a forward split, you would end up with four $25 contracts for 100 shares each. And a dividend split, you end up with one contract at $25 strike for 400 shares. IV could get pretty high after the split. Is there any way to track internalized volume? We track dark pool utilization, which is our best way of attempting to track internalized volume. Will the Dow start to diverge from the SPY? Indicate this? It could, a little bit. I mean, they're both weighted so heavily market wide that the Dow itself may not, but individual stocks in the Dow may. I think I'm gonna sign on my 1750 CSPs on BBBY tomorrow. Probably. You see a path for shareholders who don't buy options to capitalize on gains this run? Will we run hard enough to make it worth selling to rebuy afterwards, or is this a long-term hold only? I mean, you open up yourself to all the same risks as you would with options by trading your stock, right? You also open up, losses on short-term, like long-term and short-term capital gains. Because, if you sell your shares and then buy back in, you're going to be exposed to short-term capital gains again on the new shares. First time, best week of my life. Thanks, Chris, son of Dan. Ha, I knew I'd get you to draw. Bastard. You said a split is our best chance at a short squeeze. Is that still the case? Yeah. But chances of a short squeeze are still slim. So don't hold calls through a split. You can hold them through the split. The chain will become illiquid quickly. It's not going to become, it's not like it's going to open up and 5 minutes later the entire chain is going to be dead. It will just quickly become illiquid. Thinking of buying one. BBY trying to break through 540. Think of selling one DTE puts. Think of buying any one DTE puts or IV plus FOMO risk too high. Good question. No, I'm not going to buy any puts. It's not that the IV and FOMO risk are too high. It's just that it's really hard for them to push us below 120. And so there's not really that much range. It's not worth the premium. It could be a spread too, Barry. What does the dividend do to my cost basis? Didn't do anything. I mean, your cost basis will divide by 4 just like everything else. So what about covered calls? Just hold if far out of the money at the moment. I mean, you probably want to buy them back before XRT begins thresholding. I've been warning everybody about covered calls into Friday all week. It's risky because we don't know what's going to happen in after hours. Evans 2105, welcome to Billionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Are they going to be able to continue to short us next week severely? Yes. Actually, I expect them to be able to short more with XRT next week than they are this week. Took small profits on cats and protects my upside. Reentry end of day. Yeah, you could. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna stay below 180 today. It might pop back up over. It's looking pretty good right now. They're shedding BBBY $5 puts yet? Let me take a look. Maybe not. I wouldn't expect them to give up so easily. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there we go. Bobby. 17% today. Dividends. Order sentiment. Nope. Looks like they're just buying puts. But they haven't really sold very many. About half. Some 550 puts were sold off. Some 450 puts were sold off. Not a ton of them. Oh, 550 puts bought. Sorry. 450 puts sold off. Everything else looks to be calls. Calls, a lot of $5 calls sold for weeklies. Who the fuck is buying weeklies on Bobby? You gotta be broke as fuck to buy. They're like nothing, right? They were like $20 a pop. Glad to see they're continuing to short us. Yeah, I was pretty confident in their attempts to bring the price down today. Heavy FOMO in the 7-8 after hours run or running tonight to surprise people. I don't know if they can run it tonight. I don't know if it's going to run at all. We're waiting to see if it will. Been selling 115 CSPs, hoping to get a sign. What do you think my chances are before OPEX? Pretty slim. Probably sell them closer to the money. And if you sold 125s now, what would actually be the purchase price? 125s, you'd be buying at like 122. If you sold 125s for next week, and it closes above going into next Friday, you'd be buying it like 118. And 115, like us closing below 115 is going to be tough. You haven't mentioned CC once? Dude, I fucking went on about CCs for like 30 minutes yesterday before this even came in. Oh, JK. XRT thresholds, could that affect BBBY too? Are they both in XRT? They're not. Only GME is an XRT. BBBY is an IWM though. They do. The problem is most people are going to sell out of the offset call chain and move into the cheaper, more liquid new call chain, right? Can you please tell people to really take to heart your warnings? It took me a while to understand clearly the way you say things and what they really mean because of your mostly calm demeanor. Oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, people will either listen or they won't, right? My good bean. Made like a month's worth of salary on my puts already. Nice, dude. Thank you for your DD and your info. You've single-handedly helped me with these cycles and writing cover calls. You got it, dude. Congratulations on the profits, man. Pre-split leaps would capture all the gains of running and then running again post-split like Tesla. But shortly after the split, there will likely be no buyers for those contracts. Yeah, shortly after the split, those contracts will dry up, right? So you don't, it's not like something, unless you want to exercise them, it's not something that you want to carry for an extended period of time. More songs for 30 minutes. We'll see. As a new Dillionaire, what do I need to get involved with all the juicy perks? Oh, just hit me up on the Discord and I'll send you the... You can link your YouTube. You don't even need to hit me up. You can just link your YouTube and your Discord accounts together and it'll open up the other server. Do you think that 120 wall is just for today, or do you think that next week too? How low do you think they can short us? I mean, they're gonna still try to short the fuck out of us if they can. I don't know how successful they'll be until next week. Right now, with XRT not on the not having started the threshold process yet, liquidity and it's kind of dry. Once it gets on the threshold, like once the thresholding begins, I think they begin to short much harder. And now they've got a whole big fucking stack of 130 and 140 calls that they can burn off the chain and collect free premium on because everyone YOLO'd in this morning. Do you think premium will be the same for CC after the split? Oh no, it'll be drastically reduced, but you'll have more shares, right? So it's wider spread. God damn it, Torque. I don't have time for the trolling today. Did you happen to see Silverback Daddy's post on the Friend sub yesterday, Racinus? If so, could you give your thoughts? No, I haven't. Do you ever riffle through the cuts like a deck of cards? I find that if you do, then they don't come out as tasty. How would you do that? Wouldn't they just break if you did that? They're connected at the bottom. You're not supposed to cut all the way through the potato. Did Bobby ever complete their buyback? Yes. They completed it a while ago. Their shares outstanding is 80 million, roughly, slightly below. It's like 79.89 million, but SPY MOASing and we down. Yeah, they're internalizing active fund buy pressure. So having an absolute meltdown because Fidelity won't DRS their shares until after the split. That's funny. I just got on how come BBY is up 20%, 21%. Oh, it's dope. Yeah, pretty cool. When IWM thresholded, probably never, right? It's so huge. I have a Jan 2024 160 converted call. What mean going forward? Covered call? I mean, it's gonna be hard for you to buy it back. If it goes in the money, you might get assigned. It'll split, right? It'll become a $40 post split. It'll become a $40 contract worth 400 shares of the underlying. No, you don't cut through the potato. Why would you, that's just you're just tearing it up though. The mighty potato. Everything I'm looking at suggests BBY should be going down. Shares borrowed options. FOMO buying or OPEX covering? I think it's FOMO buying. I also think it's the market maker trying to flip positionally on the call chain so they don't get blown up by a fucking gamma squeeze. Taylor in the pie fight doesn't cut his Hasselback potatoes right. I do. Fuck you. You're cutting them too thin if you can riffle through them because they'll just dry out in the oven. Otherwise, you have to get them bound tightly, which defeats the whole purpose, right? The idea is to get as much caramelization in between each layer of potato as possible. You can also make wedge cuts, like really thin ones, but you can make wedge cuts to make them even better. Like like that in between each layer of potato. It was the night before MOASS when all through the Windies, not a degen was stirring, not even for weeklies. The put calls were hung by the dumpster with care in the hopes that RC would split all our shares. Beautiful. Beautifully put, member. Something in my account with BBY is green. Should I call my broker to fix this obvious software bug? You could. Oh boy. Calm down, Mighty Potato. Alright. No, BBY is up because the new CEO bought 400 shares. Do you recommend another trader? Thanks, Gorik. Okay, I think people are starting to fuck with me now. Is that copy pasta from yesterday? If you're in Europe, use IBKR. I don't know anything about Saxo Bank. I guess I have more shares than the CEO of BBY. All 700 of my freshly bought 524s. Congratulations. Could BBY buy-ins be a gesture for them not to get fired going into the shareholders meeting? I don't think so. I think it's just like a vote of confidence by the new board members in the future success of the company. Not a strong vote, but a vote. What's gonna happen to Tesla today? You riding the dragon trash? Oh boy. Looks like it's gonna keep going up. It'll level off into the middle of the day a little bit. Volume drops going into lunchtime, but still looks pretty strong. It's just breaking up above like some long-term resistance here at like 719. Let me check my better chart. Yeah, I mean it's testing right now, it's testing the upper, like the upper resistance. If it breaks out here, it can move up to like 800, close to 800, like low 790s. But you need time for it. When Jimmy Bobby split screen, when they're both running simultaneously, really, really hard. Dude, Elon has kids with everyone. When his hair grew back and all his testosterone returned to him upon selling out of PayPal, his lust became insatiable and his ability to wear condoms diminished. I mean, I would assume that you need to wait for the text to your phone, Danny Watson. Don't forget the horse. How could I ever? Rolling my CC up to 130 for tomorrow's expiry would be cheaper than closing them out. Do you think it would be safe or too risky? It's a little risky. Don't forget that we can run into the end of the day also. Thanks, Elon. Kirk, are you Elon's sixth or seventh kid? Bro, Elon gets laid more than all this chat combined. Yeah, but think how much that costs in horses. Like, that's a lot of horses. Waiting ages, no text. Did you put in the correct phone number? No one else has this issue. Contact BBBY support, or, sorry, Discord support. Sorry, I'm reading chat and trying to talk. ASMR voice? For what? Send him and his wife's to Mars. They'll populate it themselves. Then Elon can rule over a colony of mini Elons and we'll be rid of them. Not for long. If BB Boy breaks 6, I am out of debt. If it breaks 9, I have all the money I need for a year. If it breaks 30, the Jenko Pigeon Whale Yacht Club will be realized. Why are you stealing Trash Dan's face, Visceral? You can't just appropriate Trash Dan's duck. No dance for mod. Help. Gordon Ramsay's espresso is copying and pasting my messages and highlighting my name, putting mod. What does this mean? Nothing. So I FOMO'd my OPEX money into BBBY after hours, but I got my tax refund this morning. OPEX money is on the menu, boys. Cat is a very tough position to hold when I have no patience. I can tell. If you have shares, would you recommend selling before the split, after the split, a little of both? Just go buy and hold. Up to you, man. You yell at Visceral, but not me. Rude. Well, he's appropriating your image. Elon's annual budget for horses to woo women is more than this chat's whole net worth. He doesn't mind paying for it. This is true. Okay, that's enough of this. I think one final rip to 128 before the big dip. Cool. I just got an award in the mail. Woohoo. That seems special. The horses, he gets the testosterone for the horses before he gives them away to make the children. It's all linked, Bull Mayo guy. You just have to put the pieces together. You got it, Bones. Congrats on getting out of it, man. I see your name, Darth. Knock it off or I'm timing you all out. How does he get the horses to the island, though? Helicopter? For outstanding contributions to the developer community for a certain audio DSP platform. Well, I'm glad that you're finally getting recognized for your work, Dork. Congratulations. I thought some people were expecting the split to cause more upwards price action. Of course they were. Do you think we're going to go up more than this or still before OPEX? I mean, we're still before OPEX. We could go up more, but we might not. They don't have a lot of interest in letting the price of the stock rip at the moment. Hood ripping a bit. Interesting. No, if you're a Cornishon, please don't hit me up after the stream, actually. Epstein, yes, that'll trigger some conspiracies. Do you see more upside to Cat? Yeah. You sold this morning? Okay. First of all, his hair came from minoxidil and microdermabrasion treatments. Then he got in the test to stop being skinny. Then he got the horses for the women. Then he got them preggers. Sure. Maybe the hair is just from the horses also. You show your spy resort support resistances on screen so I can plagiarize. Sure. This community is my favorite class-based warfare game. The only thing worse than Cornichon is free Cornichon. It's the ultimate insult by the pigeon whales. Getting the poorest to beg for something that they don't need. Think we'll ever see BBBY below $5 again? Sure, why not? I'm an idiot DJing. I had 36 110 puts at close, sold them in the AM at the Ivy spike, and made back what I lost scalping already. Thanks to you, someday I'll make money without losing first. Guybrush for MOASS. Hmm. You're not the right person to be asking for that. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much, man. Evo, Daniel P, Seth Books, Brett, and Bryant. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Fiscal, thank you so much, bro. I've been MIA for most of the day. What do you think about today's price action? Eh, kind of boring, right? Thanks, Snickers. Means a lot. Made fun of Elon all you want, but he puts a horse wearing a wig in a Tesla and blasts him to Mars today, and you'll wish you were him. I don't think so. I mean, I wish I had his money, but I don't want to be him. If being him meant having his money, I'd find another way to get it. Did RC buy into BBBY again? Not officially. The revolution in the port is going on. I want to remind them the billionaires still get the meat of the pigeon whale off the pigeon whale bones. You wish you could smell the elitist farts. Thank you so much, Adopted by Dan's. Well said. Aren't we talking more about Bobby because crime? No, because it's moved up 42 cents. It needs to go up a lot more before it matters. I know who bought the shares. How high do you think the SPY will go? And are we looking to dip tomorrow? I don't know. The SPY broke out of its resistance, so it can keep moving up. CPI data is next week, though. Hey Gerg, first time watching the stream. Do you think that your intense, rugged handsomeness had an influence on the announcement of the split? I mean, I don't understand what else it could be. What option would you choose for OPEX play this time? Also, when to dump due to new chains causing illiquidity on the old? I mean, just fucking take profits when profits are there to be taken, right? Uh, I don't know what you guys want. You want me to fucking sell your options for you? So last Friday, this guy here bought $5 calls that expire tomorrow. Literally threw the money at the wall to see if RC News broke this week. They've just gone green. I feel validated. Congratulations, Celtic Mako. What price do you think Bobby would go to immediately following a Ryan Cohen double down announcement? Who knows? Did you put a beard on Trash's deck, Carl? Is CMBS dead? I don't know. Is it? What was that corporate bond ETF? God damn it. Dork. What was it? No, HYG is not a bad one, but no, not junk. Although that too. God damn it. No, the Vanguard one. The big fat one. VCSH? Short-term corporate bond ETF. I don't know if this is the right one. This might be. There's another one. VCLT. Thank you. This is the one I want. I'm gonna short the fuck out of this. Rake in all the tendies from failed corporate debt. It's gonna be delicious. Yeah, HYG's okay too. I think HYG's different though. It's high yield corporate bonds. This has already lost most of its value. I don't know how much lower this will go. It's pretty close to COVID crash levels already. I guess it could keep diving, but what's got Bobby all excited? The CEO bought like a small shareholding last night, and some other board members. Bobby breaking through 550. Ooh, see that's a little more interesting. 6 would be nice. I like it. Do I want more $10 calls? Or GameStop. BBY up 25%, only 347% more to go. And so we're at my cost basis. The stock split on the price of the day of the split or when it was announced? On the day of the split, the 21st, the market will open with the stock split. You know what would be nicer than 6? 7. Interesting. What price does Bobby need to hit to get your attention? If it crosses 10, shit's gonna go crazy. I saw over 1 million shares bought yesterday, although 6 and 7 are significant too. I mean, the likelihood of crossing 10 increases with every like level of puts that go out of the money. As that negative gamma gets edged off the chain, the potential for it to go up is crazy. Is there a better feeling than making a lot of money? Yeah, being right. I thought I said open July 22nd was when the shares show up. It's July 21st, right? Wasn't it? I think it's the 21st. Yeah, Thursday the 21st is the effective date. Maybe like one of your French decks. Oh, Carl. The puts being sold off on Bobby, mostly as they go out of the money, but not like the big put walls at 6 and 7, 8 and 9. Oh, hey, filled. Cool. Say more bullish things. Bullish things. Losing a lot makes me feel euphoric. This is MOASS. If you bought a bunch of shares at 120 and are needing to pay rent, fair. What's that EMA on the chart that Jimmy's touching right now? The 30? Yeah, 200 could absolutely be a possibility. Maybe higher. It'll depend what Gamma Max gets up to in the coming days. I'm sure lots of out-of-the-money calls are being purchased. Very little resistance on this rise. You spoke too soon. Also, there was a lot of resistance when it hit the EMA. But I've I've been poor for so long now that I've been bestowed the gift of Cornichon. I have a serious question to ask. What do the letters VWAP on your hat mean? Appreciate the stream. You know full well what they mean. Yeah, the up percents are always less meaningful than the down percents. Weird how that works, right? Is that a VWAP or a standard deviation? Oh, maybe it is one of the. It's the same color as my EMA 30. Interesting. Yeah, it's a standard deviation band. I need to change. Can I change the colors on that? That's fucking not cool. Make these like neon green. Yeah, get up there. You ever reveal the ancient herbs and spices used in Persian cuisine lost to time itself? Uh, did you buy more Bobby calls today? Yeah, I bought like 40 more $10 August 19s. I did ask twice a few days ago, but should I ask again or leave it be? But, but ask it right now. You've not saying I've read your whole fucking thing, but if you just asked the question, I would have answered it. You can change the colors by clicking the gear icon next to them in the top left. Yeah, that's what I did. You were very patient. I already bought 10 GME calls. Fair. Oh, okay, Ben. So trailing stops, the way a trailing stop works is as the price goes up, the stop moves up, right? But when the price goes down, the stop doesn't move down with it. So it may be that like the market order simply didn't fill in the appropriate range. Are you on Fidelity? Because Fidelity does weird shit with their like stop limits where they have like they try to like use like their price improvement bullshit to get you the best price. How come JFresh is acting like this split won't be anything? It sounds to me like you're expecting big ups. I mean, I think JFresh is bearish on the near term, but I am as well. I think we expect big ups in a couple of weeks. Although I think the price action's doing quite well today, given, I mean, interest is holding. That's on Visa. I don't know why you spelled it like that. Looking okay. Don't forget, there's resistance at like 205, so it might not run out much beyond that. It may get rejected early again in this lower range, which would be like 204. There's not too much room left to the upside unless it breaks out. But be wary of that resistance. Yes, Fidelity. I feel like all stops are broken. Yeah, so the Fidelity stop limits are weird, man. It's one of the reasons I don't trade options there. One of the many. Um, yeah, so what I think happens is your stop triggered and they couldn't get you a fill at a good price, so they waited until they could fill you at a better price and then did it. My second favorite stock has a float of 7 million, but in the past 5 trading days had 65, 687, 433 sold short. What is the timeline for FTDs then forced by? T plus 2 plus 35 calendar days, saying. Although, I mean, that's not a very significant number of shares sold short on a 7 million float. How do you feel about selling Jan 24 200C to extract some premiums right now in the hopes that we drop? Sounds dumb. I don't think selling cover calls anywhere within a range. Also, what are you expecting? IV to drop? The price to drop significantly enough to have an effect on Jan 200C is not very likely. I set the trailing stop at 127, 128 price earlier, and it didn't fill on the way down because all the way down to the bottom. But the fill happened back up around 127, 128. Maybe they executed it on their end. It took time to execute on yours. I'm not really sure. Fidelity's like price improvement thing is kind of bullshit. But they're like guaranteeing the best price. So really, it did fill. Like I think if you went to try to like change the order, it probably wouldn't have let you. Um, and then you just saw the price improvement after the fact. At least from what I understand how their system works. If you want, maybe ask Willie. He's pretty versed on them. Why is Superstock shocked they can't DRS during a stock split? Because they think if they don't DRS, they won't get their shares. It's hysterical, by the way. I accidentally bought a call and meant to buy a put. The price went up, though, and I made $20. Congratulations. We're getting a little volume outside of the resistance here. Still doesn't look great, but it's trying. Ooh, SPY looks bad. Bounce on VWAP for the right shoulder. Maybe. My trailing stop on SPY options today filled 40 seconds later than it should have triggered. TDA corrected my price for me. Not sure if this is systemic. Maybe. There could be lag on CBOE's side. The limits are like limit cells are just filling slowly. Could be a lot of, I mean, the market's rallying today, so there's probably, a little bit of stress on the systems. Just avoid using stop limit orders on Fidelity. Having limit orders fire off doesn't protect your downside. You need a market order to fire off or no fill. Their down. The point was that their downside was protected, right? They still got the fill. It's just they got the fill later. That's why I asked for support resistances. The volume dying off seemed like a good time to average down puts. Could be, yeah. So still a big pop expected after hours tomorrow. Maybe look for Jan 950C to sell on Monday. Is that still a thing with the news? We don't expect a big pop. We may get one, right? I would not suggest playing it, right? Because we only have 1 point of confirmation. We don't know if it's going to pop or not. We'd like to see it do that, but it may not, right? The negative 4 million delta exercised on January 6th doesn't necessarily have to have been for XRT's thresholding. It just lined up very nicely, and it's only done it once. Now, if it happens again, that's a little more clear, right? But it'd still be risky to try to play it. Unless you're taking, like, a very risk-averse, like, position. I mean, you can play it with 950s, but it's not, like, I want to be clear that there's no guarantee of it happening, right? The OPEX callback strategy shift to more near the money. I mean, in a way, I'm still buying for OPEX though, right? Hoping low IV to enter OPEX capture calls. I think IV's not really pumping too hard today. What did you get? I bought a bunch of August $10 calls. They're still really cheap. How many times did I miss full bull? 0. Today's the SEA rule 15C3-3 extension due date from June 17th. Could that be why so many stocks are up today? It's not the only extension due date. Don't forget that they can extend twice. Looks like arbitrage is fully resolved on GME now, by the way. I'm not even sure if today's the 14-day. The first one. Yeah, the first 14-day was on the 1st from the 17th. I don't... It doesn't even fit. 14 days from the 17th is July 1st. Oh, you're talking about the holiday deferral. That's not the Rex extension. That's just the holiday deferral for 15C3. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the Rex deferrals. Maybe. BBY on track to trade its entire float today. Probably. No worries. Thought I was full porting into calls at 129, but I bought puts instead to keep them because my plays typically do the opposite if I want them to anyway. That's a strategy. Resistance line. That's not really at a resistance line. There's really no significant resistance in this range. There's the like standard deviation band from VWAP, which we saw a little bit of resistance on. Moved up. I don't know. We might test like 130 here. I'm finally gonna have friends in the deck fund. Oh Jesus. BBY off ETB. The fuck? What? The only resistance is you ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you, Heath Dill. This bull flag on Jimmy, spy looking to drop. It's not really a bull flag. It's bullish, but not a bull flag. Spy looks okay for now. We'll see if we can hold this or not. It's an ascending head and shoulders. All right. These don't have as much of a chance of falling like back to the neckline. They have a slightly higher chance of bouncing. The height of the March OPEX, I bought 2 Gen 24Cs at 75.85 for premiums of 114.106. Given split, how do I salvage what I can from a pretty ignorant FOMO-induced play that I made before I was ready to make these plays? Popcorn made me do it. I mean, I agree. It's Popcorn's fault. I would probably wait till July OPEX and see if you can get a nice premium out of them again, or at least close out near break even, right? That seems like your best bet. Or alternatively, if the disparity between the premium and the underlying becomes too great, just exercise. If you can. I mean, it's not cheap, but I mean, you'd still be getting shares far cheaper than the current price. Still too early to buy your calls for OPEX. I don't know. Spy may not. Spy's looking kind of strong right now. We're looking for a rejection here. GME, still not super impressed with the price action. I still think they're gonna try to short it hard as fuck after they're done getting XRT on the threshold process. Late to the stream, a little concerned about liquidity and the options chain during OPEX. Should I approach my entries as before, or have you adjusted your strategy? Will you exit positions earlier on a run? No. I'll exit positions when they're worth exiting. I mean, I don't think you need to worry about liquidity that much, right? I mean, there's always going to be an offer at the bid. A market maker is always going to buy your contract. The liquidity is not going to dry up that fast. It will dry up. I mean, rapidly, but it's not like the next day all the fucking contracts that carried over are going to be dead in the water. Well, didn't you guys hold the Nvidia options through the split with me? It was fine, right? You just sell them after the split. It was a little different, but Or DDS options through the special dividend. Full bull at 150. Yeah, I don't think we're hitting 150 today. That's a bit of a stretch. SPY breakdown. Yeah, this test is very important, both for GME and the SPY. If the SPY pushes up higher, that could be bullish for GME. If it breaks down, they both look pretty ready to fail. Maybe even a little more so on GME's side. Good moment for SPY puts? What do you think? How far out are you buying? And like what strike? And put, sure, but that's like relative to your positioning. Is it a good moment to buy like 340 puts for next week? No. People act like there won't be a market maker during OPEX. I know. If Bobby hits 150, Jesus Christ. Did you expect an OPEX run due to XRT obligations before we got the news about the split? Yes. Now the split is just on top of where I expected the OPEX run to be. Just seemed odd to me how 90% of my watch list is green. Perhaps for some... I mean, don't forget that the indexes are all up today. Futures were up overnight. Oh, no, you're good, man. I didn't realize you were talking about the holiday extension. I thought you were referring to the... I've been paying so much attention to the Rex code extensions that I haven't really been focused on just the standard extension from the holiday. I'm sure many entities are not taking advantage, like standard like market makers and funds and things like that are probably not even in a position to take advantage of the Rex deferrals. I think that's really specific to like the ETFs and stuff. SPY failed. Ooh, the SPY's not even failing the test. This is interesting. But they're shorting GME anyway? I guess they got some weakness in the bid side. Are you still expecting the price to be slammed next week pre-OPEX? I expect XRT to get a lot of access to liquidity on Monday. You see the MM assigning a lot of contracts during... I mean, they need liquidity, so yeah. That's why one of the reasons I said cover calls are so dangerous right now is because not only are they, at risk of going in the money, they're at risk of being assigned immediately because they want the shares, especially through tomorrow. If Bobby hits 150, I'll become my own market maker. Fucking seriously. I mean, my cost basis on Bobby is not great, but my options are very cheap. Yeah, if Bobby hits 150, I'd probably make more money than if GME hit like 250. Split during OPEX? Does RC know something we don't know? No, I think RC knows the exact things we know. That's the beauty of it, Grandpa John. BBBY hit 53.90 during Jan 21 sneeze. Besides the share buyback changing the float, why would it hit 150? The options interest on it right now is fucking crazy. There's like 50 calls to every put out of the money. There's a hedge of the entire float at $10. Can you go into detail about what the timing of the split falling on the day after OPEX covering is so significant? That's when shares are needed the most, right? It's before the entropy swap is closed, and it's when the market maker exposure is the highest, right? Because all of the calls for OPEX have just run into the money, like a massive chunk of the call chain. Say we move up to like 180. So all strikes from 120 to 180 are now in the money. The market maker now has a massive gamma imbalance carrying over T+2, which is the date of the split. Right. And now they need to find all that liquidity, and the price of the stock just became cheaper. So now they have to compete on the open market with all this FOMO buying that's going to come in because now the stock is cheaper. It's a situation, you know. It's going to be pretty interesting. And they haven't closed out the entropy swap yet, and the long side hasn't capitulated on their calls. And until they do that, they have to continue to hedge up, right? And that's why we get those feedback loops of T+2 after the OPEX run. Like, we've talked about this a bunch in the past, but I'll cover it one more time. If we go out to the 1 hour here and we look at the March run, right? This is the OPEX covering's actually not that big of a part of the run, right? This is the OPEX covering for the most part. This is not March. Hold on. Gotta go further back. There we go. So here's where we start to see OPEX covering begin. Oh, that's thick. Let's see if I can get a better color so it's a little more visible. So this is where OPEX covering starts to begin, right? And this is where it ends. This is like the T+2 day. So all the obligations at this point are covered, right? But now all these calls from, you know, the low at $75 to this high at 158, these are all in the money now, right? And so that kicks off a T, this is the T date, +1, +1. And then we start to see market maker covering, right? And then that's T +1, +1. And then we see more market maker covering, right? So this kicks off that feedback loop. And by effectively splitting right here, right, the stock would split on this date. That's going to drive a massive amount of buying FOMO into the stock, which is going to increase the amount of gamma exposure on the market maker, right? It's going to drive up gamma max because now all of a sudden there's a new call chain where out of the money calls are super fucking cheap, right? And remember, when they buy out of the money calls, gamma maximum goes up. And the market maker wants to break gamma max so that entropy swap can be closed and retail gets priced out of options, right? So two things happen after we cross gamma max. The gamma expansion begins to widen, right? Which creates risk on the market maker. And option contracts become vastly more expensive, right? Because all the increased volatility, the higher delta cost, you know, they're hedging the upside far more. And so, you know, generally what they do is gamma expands after we cross gamma max, they close their entropy swap, which collapses. So you have gamma expanding out into this, right? And then they close the entropy swap, which collapses gamma. And then they're able to start bringing the price down. And that's when we see that big spike in like gamma neutral, where gamma neutral comes up and crosses gamma max. I think this is kind of theoretical. But basically, you know, at this point they can begin shorting. But if the opposite happens, right? If all of a sudden at this point retail starts buying large numbers of calls, gamma can continue to expand. right? And this is what kind of what happened in January is the gamma just kept expanding, right? And it started to create really, really high volatility, which starts to put the like volatility swaps at risk, right? And that's where we start to see like the massive amount of out of the money calls being purchased and sold, like those $1 puts and those 950 calls like a year out. Those are the hedge on the volatility swap, right? Because one has no vega, the other has some vega but no delta exposure, right? So like the $1 puts have no vega, and the 950 calls have vega, and that allows them to like try to hedge down that volatility burst, right? But if it keeps expanding, they have to keep hedging, and then the more they hedge, the more shares need to be bought at the market to hedge the contracts they're buying to hedge their volatility positions. And so you kind of get another feedback loop going where they're attempting to hedge down volatility, but the market makers delta hedging at market, and that continues to drive price action in massive amounts of volume. And so he's put it in an interesting position. I don't know with the NSCC 002 rule change that changed the way that they handle the hedging of volatility swaps in a high volatility environment could prevent Volga Vada squeeze from happening, at least at the lower levels like it did in January. But we hope that, we see something out of it, obviously. It's well timed, I'll say that much. Clippy? Oh, yeah, I'll clip it. Hold on. I clipped it. I clipped it. So basically, what we're trying to do is get Citadel the hedge fund and Citadel the market maker to keep punching each other in the face whilst we call out, "Why are you hitting yourself like a school bully?" Sort of, but not Citadel, probably. Even Citadel's creation and redemption on XRT is pretty neutral. I don't know how involved Citadel is. I think Susquehanna is the one long short GameStop, if anyone is. Positionally, it makes sense. And also, that's kind of what Susquehanna does and not really what Citadel does. I think Citadel's short volatility because that's what Citadel does, right? They make markets, they sell insurance, and they trade volatility. That's their deal, right? Susquehanna is the one with the fucking FTDs, probably. Whoever has the FTDs on GameStop is one position. Whoever's concerned with them, otherwise they wouldn't know that GME was approaching threshold, right? Unless all those FTDs were being generated by one position borrowing against the stock. I'm gonna buy near the money 729 calls, far out of the money 819 calls for OPEX. Sell out on the 20th. Is this a viable strategy? Also, how will the split affect price action during OPEX? I mean, the price will become 1/4 of whatever the price is, and that's it. OPEX will still continue, like the hedges still have to be hedged. Clip it again, double clip it. I don't know. We're not really seeing the borrow rate rise, so no, I don't think FTDs are being created in any meaningful way today. Can you go on more rants like that? It's crazy hot. No, maybe later. Been selling 115 CSPs, hoping to get assigned. What do you think my chances are before OPEX? But I think you asked me that earlier today a little, Bill. Pretty slim. You're kind of below, you're below resistance, and you need it to close out Friday below that price. It's gonna be tough. I'll think about it, careless whisperer. So hedges will slam the price before OPEX. They'll try. Patrick, I don't need you to call out technical analysis. I know how to do it. Thank you, though. We're still tracking the above support line on the SPY. Still tracking above the support line on the SPY. Yeah, it's weakening. I don't know. I'm not sure how big of a fan of this I am. I mean, if it fails here, it's like a triple top, quintuple top. It's really having a hard time with this resistance. Which I don't have marked on this chart, but I believe the resistance level is 386.94. Roughly. Well, I guess it's really like 387.46. Yeah, 387.46. This was a resistance for, well, it was a support for a bounce a few weeks ago, and then like acted as a support a few times back in like late May. Sorry, I know I missed a Ko-Fi. 1 second. So I enter options positions next week for OPEX. Is it wise to exit these contracts before the 21st and re-enter options on the new chain? I feel like a lot of people are confused. I think you'll have time after the split to re-enter new options. You just need to be aware that liquidity in that chain is going to dry up. So you don't want to fucking hold options for like a week after the split in the alternate chain, right? But you know, you can roll into the new chain. There's probably not going to be like a lot of slippage there. No, it doesn't become, it stays, it should stay. I mean, it's up to the OCC. The OCC could split it as a forward split. But generally you get they split the chain. So you end up with two separate options chains. One where all the contracts are worth 400 shares of the underlying, and one where all the contracts are worth 100 shares of the underlying. But technically speaking, the OCC could just split the contracts. So they could just make your like $100 call for $25 contracts. It is up to them, and it's entirely at their discretion. But in a share dividend split, they are supposed to create two chains. I saw your 120p yesterday, ignored all your advice for the past 7 months, instinctively bought 120c weeklies, so thanks. I sold the 120ps yesterday. I have BBY calls at 30 and at 5. But hold on. These both came in at the same time. 1 second, guys. Hey, I have 30 at 5 of 819 and 20 at 7, 819. Thoughts on how do I gay on Discord? I mean, congratulations on your BBBY calls. They seem fine. Thoughts on how to gay on Discord? I don't know. Just get flirty, maybe. And then, have you or the quants looked into options positioning on Bobby? Yes. Is there any evidence of volatility hedges or entropy swaps? There's a little bit of evidence of like maybe a variance swap. Do you think the put wall makers are trying to do, given the puts expire and there's still a massive number of uncapitulating long leaps? I mean, I think the puts were trying to suppress the price into the shareholders meeting and they attempt to leverage a buyout from shareholders. Um, like it's just they just built up a shitload of negative gamma, flipped the market maker short, right? And suppressed, like walked the price down over a few weeks from like 10 to under $6, right? Um, but yeah, those puts mostly the vast majority of them expire on July 15th. And when they do, they'll either roll them forward and maintain their put position, or there's going to be like an offer to buy out baby, and they want to do it while Bobby's trading at a very low price. Although they may be losing control of that price rapidly, right? How do I get on Discord? There's a link in the description down below, Archer. Thanks. So nothing really changes in approaching OPEX options. Just don't linger on the old chain too long. Yeah. Thoughts on thoughts? Ugh, thinking about it. After consolidating for the last 90 minutes, I believe Cat's going to break out. Probably. Definitely not dedicating one of my work monitors to it. 40K OI, BBBY, Jan 23, 10C. Yeah, also August 10Cs are like 20,000. It's like the entire float of Bobby needs to be hedged on a cross of $10. It's crazy. Sold some 650 cc's on Bobby for what? 5 cents? Those will stay out of the money, right? You better fucking hope so. Why is the SPY continuing its bullshit? Because the economy is failing, but people want to buy stocks. If we have to worry about our options when it splits, then it's probably too late and no up. Like 5 years younger today? Maybe the lighting's better. I don't know. Is there a settlement period for dividend shares received as a result of the split? Yeah. Generally speaking, if you're holding the shares on the ex-dividend date, you'll receive your dividend on the effective date because it's T+2, right? Thanks for making me a better trader. Got cap. Sometimes it's T+2 after. Just be aware of that. Like after the effective date. What about leaps on the old chain? Well, you need to exit quickly. You don't need to exit quickly. You just need to exit at some point. Like, don't hold leaps through OPEX, like through the whole thing to the downside. Did you have calls during the Tesla split? Yeah. I sold them because the price went up like fucking crazy. I exercised some of them. BB Bennett 0209. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Bury throwing fire at Elon. Nothing like. That's funny, actually. Asperger's showdown. Think about selling my share of Google for more GME. Up to you. You think GME is a better company than Google? Would you buy more BBY to play a potential gamma squeeze if it tests $10? Probably around that time. Check DMs. You got it, turd. What do you got for me? Is it sweet? Well, fuck. Financial institutions design succulent structures aimed at enabling offshore hedge funds to dodge payment of U.S. stock dividend taxes. The first step in the structure was the U.S. financial institution used an offshore corporation that it owned and controlled to borrow U.S. stock from an offshore client, anticipating a dividend. The offshore corporation borrowed the stock prior to the dividends, sold the stock so that it would not have to pay the dividend itself, and simultaneously entered into a swap agreement with its affiliated financial institution. After the dividend was issued, the financial institution paid a tax-free dividend equivalent payment. Under the swap agreement to the offshore corporation, which in turn paid the same amount, called a substitute dividend, back to the offshore client from which it had to borrow the stock. According to the theory, the financial institutions adopted no withholding of the substitute dividend payment was required because the substitute dividend payment was between two foreign parties located in jurisdictions subject to the same withholding rate. In short, the claim was that the substitute dividend payment, like the dividend payment under the swap agreement, was tax-free. I don't know if this is still possible, at least based on my knowledge of the regulations. Um, this swapping out with a foreign party uh, was restricted after 2008. I would check on the current legality of that strategy. Maybe Elon decides splits on Tesla for the number of kids he currently has. Number of new kids. So, 3 new kids since 2020, 3-to-1 split. I accidentally sent you a blank super chat with $10 in it. I appreciate it. Girk, love you, man. Thank you so much, dude. Can we get your thoughts on the 270 strike for the 22nd? They remind me of $60 strikes in the Jan Sneeze that all went in the money. This isn't the Jan Sneeze. And 270 strikes for the 22nd bought now will be almost worthless by the week of OPEC settlement. If you had magical powers and could have picked any date for a Jimmy split, for Jimmy to split on, would July 21st have been it? Yes. I said that last time too, right? I said the best time to split is during the OPEX. I said it at the shareholders meeting. I said it at the earnings call. I said it like 500 fucking times. And then he went and did it, the crazy son of a bitch. He fucking split in the stock on OPEX. It's the best. There's no better time. Unless he mistimed OPEX. Spy failing this ascending triangle. I mean, this isn't really an ascending triangle, but not necessarily. I assume you're going further back. Maybe on like the 5-minute. It looks good. These can fail, but they rarely do. I don't like that the first test wasn't at resistance, though. So this is more like we had a run that broke into an uptrend than it really is in like an ascending triangle. If anything, this is an ascending wedge. And that would be where the bearishness comes from, right? Will DRS have any effect on the split? I mean, no, it doesn't change anything. It ties up liquidity. It can increase borrowing out of SEC lending pools. That's about it. It's not gonna change the effect of the split. Those BBY calls have now 2x'd. You could not have spotted the opportunity without your knowledge. Thanks as always, bro. It was a $150 investment. I'm no pigeon whale. Honorary dove dolphin? Sure. Can you talk about any expectations you might have for GME after July, after an OPEX and post OPEX run? I have a lot of shares, but don't buy options. I'd like to capitalize on a run and make money like you riches. Is this my best strategy? Just long holding? Long live to the poorers. I mean, hopefully, the increased shareholding that you'll have after the split will help you in like creating a covered call strategy so you can bring down your cost basis and start generating income from your position. If that's not an option for you, statistically 5 years of growth beating the overall market is expected after a share split. Generally, companies that split beat the market for pretty hard in the first year and then continue to beat the market for like 3 to 4 years afterwards. I remember you saying that. So does RC. Does the Bobby insider buy and news change the likelihood of them moving the put wall on the 15th? I have no idea. Who do you think is RC that lingers here? It's got to be Bithead, right? Bithead's got to be RC. They're both Canadian. I hope you're ready to spend the next 2 weeks repeating yourself about risk management and why way out of the money short dating contracts are a bad play. Oh man. I know. I know. The fact that RC Gang did not pull the trigger in June when it looked juicy and waited means he knows and sees their hand. Yeah. What forms do you provide so I can claim my Ko-Fi donations as tax-deductible financial advice? None. I guess just hope the IRS doesn't catch you. What if GME were to also drop the marketplace during OPEX? Cool. I don't think that's gonna do a lot, but yeah, that'd be cool. August 12th or 19th, 200C, too far out of the money for OPEX if bought during a dip next week. No, not necessarily too far out of the money. They may not go in the money, which means that, you really have to watch your position and be careful with your downside risk. Any thoughts on QQQ puts? Already have one for SPY, one for Jan. Thinking about QQQ too. Nasdaq's lost a lot of fucking value already. I don't know. Tech's already been pretty hard, right? Some of those things like Amazon and Google, I mean, they've got to be near their lows. And if there's a crash, then sure, everything goes down. But you need like a solid, real crash, and that may not happen, right? I think the change of Bobby calls plus 1,000%. I know. I can see them coming in. Do you have a financial background? Yeah. Is DFV and BBBY, you think? I don't know. I can see a lot of the things about the play not appealing to his investment strategy. It's not a strong bet, right? They have a lot of problems. It's riskier than maybe GameStop was. Well, a little bit. Got more cash into my Fidelity account this morning. But I have to wait 4 to 6 days for cash to settle. Will I miss out? I have FOMO. I know you have FOMO. Everyone does. It reeks of bullshit in here. So we're all going to FOMO into far out of the money GME 0 GTs. Probably. That's what people generally do. You know, the things I said about January weren't wrong. The reason it didn't squeeze is because retail sold their calls. It's simple as that. If retail had bought farther dated calls and held them, it would have probably squeezed. But it's a delicate line between holding your calls and hoping for a squeeze and risk management, right? No more DRSing allowed until after the split. Superstock is being rude to brokerage support. I would not want to be a Fidelity call agent ever. I don't think the marketplace will do any good in the beginning. It will take a few years tweaking it to work on it. Yeah, that, and I think they're building like a more important marketplace on the back of Loopring. But that's, yeah, I agree. That's going to take several years of development to complete. And I think the shit they're pushing out with IMX early is just to have something more than it is something meaningful. Chance of them releasing any revenue expectations of the marketplace when they do launch? I mean, probably some, right? They would have to at least, well, I guess, I hope that they have some forward guidance on potential revenue. I don't want to say that's something they're definitely going to announce. They should, to some degree, inform their investors of the potential. I think the true catalyst for MOASS, your spawns, the pigeon whales, will forever be beloved for their generosity to the poors, aka their pets. It is a financial background WeBull screen. Roaring Kitty, BBBY is intriguing, but not for me. There you have it. It's definitely riskier than GameStop was in 2019. You may not want to believe that because you've bought fucking BBBY, but it is. They're far more at risk for bankruptcy. Do you have any conservative targets for OPEX, gamma maximum? Does the Spock split change the expectations? Sure. It doesn't change the conservative expectation. Right? The conservative expectation would, say that the split changes nothing because it's just division. If retail had bought farther dated calls in January, retail, as the run up was occurring, retail was buying like very, very short dated calls. When they turned off the buy button, many of them started selling, and then more and more, which dropped the hedge and allowed them to begin shorting. That is by far the most bullish thing I've ever heard you say about loop ring. It's the most bullish thing I'll probably ever say about loop ring. How high do you see GME going into OPEX? I mean, expectations would be like 10% to 15% beyond whatever gamma maximum is at the time. Spent $50 on 4 bottles of shampoo at Bath and Body Works. If BBY can't capitalize on this ridiculous, then I don't know. I mean, I think they do via Harmon face values. Harmon and Baby both do just fine. It's BBBY that loses all the money. Like, but Bed Bath and Beyond stores are where they're, you know, not really making very good profits or return on their investment. Did you buy your CCs back on Wednesday? Yeah. I've scaled back the whole like short position earlier this week. Yesterday I bought back my puts. Wednesday I bought back my calls. And I have no intention of selling covered calls at this time. RC is in it. RC's in it because like he has the money and ability to influence its direction, right? It's very different though. Jimmy hit a 10% bond. I know. I still think BBY is riskier, right? They're almost broke. They have to start leaning on their revolving credit for operation costs. Like GameStop was in a bad spot, but their debt was long term, right? Also, their operating costs were lower. It's way cheaper to maintain thousands of 500 square foot stores than it is to maintain thousands of 200,000 square foot stores. What's Gamma Max for OPEX? We don't know yet. Gamma Max right now is at 160. Is Sherwin-Williams about to break up? I mean, I hope so, but I have until August. No, it doesn't look particularly good today. Kind of just stagnating in this 140 range. It just climbed up like $20, you know. Give it a break. It can't just be full bull 24/7. It's kind of shitty. It's not so bad. Ooh, it did break up. Son of a bitch. Also, RC is cool waiting years for his money. Yeah. What do you think is needed for cycles to continue past the split, if anything? Continued buying and holding? I made a damn near all of the rookie mistakes over the past year on. I over leveraged. BBBY is where I redeemed myself. At the money leaps on the way down. Cost basis at 596. Eyes can learn. Congratulations, Visceral. BBY volume's pretty funny. I mean, it's gonna be really high today. Yeah, they're at like half of their shares outstanding already. Most of it's just hedging, right? It's just lots of options being bought. Mm. Ooh, I like the Vega on these. What'd you buy? I picked up some some August 200s. I think they're far enough out that I won't get too hit by a drop in price if they drop the price next week. A little bit. I like the break of 130. Did you answer my second Ko-Fi? I'm not sure. I think I did. Was it so hold our OPEX positions through the split? Yeah, they're not necessarily more difficult to sell right away, but over time they'll be more difficult to sell. Liquidity will bleed out of one chain and into the other. You can also just roll to the new chain, right? Do you think there's any risk of the brokers not being able to deliver the dividend in shares? No. You buy an NFT of a song or a video, does that mean you can live stream without getting copyrighted? I don't know. Good question. Under the current system, no. But over time, maybe? You own the rights? Oh, okay. I wouldn't use MACD on the 1 minute. It's not very reliable. Maybe like lowest time frame 15 minute candles. You need more volume data. Otherwise it's just all over the fucking place. It's pretty unreliable. It's and the further out you get, the better it is. Next resistance for GME, 135. If it breaks 132.50, which it may not. It's not necessarily true. Do I think the price will come down at all on Monday? I mean, they'll have a lot more liquidity in XRT as of Monday. So they'll be able to short a lot more. Announcing the split at this time is really advantageous too, right? Because liquidity is kind of tied up. But don't forget that if they really want to stop the price action, that they can, right? They can buy large numbers of in the money puts. It's not ideal because you're pushing back against upward price action, which is risky. Circling my pickle, my MACD, and my wife doesn't get the joke. But it's reliable on the 1 minute for me, speculative for everything else. I think it'll be very interesting to see which, if any, primes recall shares. If they do, it's going to be a bloodbath for the shorts. I mean, the primes don't have very big shareholdings in GMA, right? BlackRock and Vanguard are the two biggest shareholders, and all of those are in ETFs. ETFs are very unlikely to recall their shares. I'm just learning so much and finally working if I can afford to pay for the people that give up their time and effort for me and our success. Thank you so much, Cat and Maddie. I appreciate it, dude. Did I miss? Gant, do you have any expectations, any conservative targets for OPEX? How does the stock split change expectations? Yeah, I don't think the stock split changes my expectations, Gant, but I mean, if we were going into this without a split, I would expect us to see like 160 to 180 in a conservative range, right? Going into this with the split, I mean, that can drive additional FOMO. That can continue to push Gamma Max up. So even though Gamma Max generally only pushes up, we only push up beyond Gamma Max by about like 10 to 15%, depending on which run you look at. With more FOMO, we can push up far higher. BBY borrow fee went up to 2%. That's a big deal. That's a 100% increase, right? I bet they dropped the marketplace around the same time as the split. Going to cause mayhem. Mayhem? Or mayhem? Like a ham in May? Yeah, it's gonna be nuts. It's like an Easter ham. Well, after Easter. If you don't mind sharing, are you holding any leaps on Jamie? No. Everyone knows that April ham is far better. That's what I was thinking. Stop fucking moving. Piece of shit. Hmm. This is looking less and less bullish the higher it climbs. Oh, I might want some puts on this. Yeah, volume is decreasing. It's consolidating. tough. I mean, the breakout here is like, can kind of go either way. Hmm. I guess if it fails the EMA 30 and slips to this lower resistance, a better chance of it breaking down. Buy side strength's really weakening though. A long day of streaming. How do you rinse off the Dan? I try to use tea tree oil. It helps to get rid of the smell. The job is driving me insane. MOASS soon, please. That's not how that works. I don't really think that buying into weekly calls is more aggressive, right? You're just widening your spread to slightly increase your leverage, and like barely, right? It's just the difference in cost and theta. If you're buying a huge position, I mean, it could have a small effect on the amount of leverage you're able to buy, but you'll probably lose that money in the spread. Thoughts on 160, 729? I don't like them. If you're gonna ask me about options that are dated before August 19th, don't ask me about them until like next week or the 18th. So you can ask me about them on the 18th and the 14th. Otherwise, I don't give a shit. Like, no, weeklies before then are not good. They're gonna have illiquid chains. You're gonna lose money on the spread. Do you need more time than August 19th? No. But you can buy it. Like, more time is less risky. You got it, OP Sparks. Appreciate it, man. Would it be wise to roll down my August BBY 45s, 40s, and 30s to 10 while they've made back some ground, or keep them as volatility in play in case this thing rips? I don't think I would buy anything further than like $5 out of the money for August. I rolled all of those out to January. That's another option, by the way, is you could roll those out to January instead of rolling them down for August. What's your cost basis on Bobby now? I still haven't done the math on the calls that I sold and March OPEX, but um my cost basis on shares now is $12.11. I know this because I have it written down on a post-it note. Day trading Tesla weekly is gonna make you start smoking again. Yeah, or doing shitloads of cocaine. How risky is it to continue to wait to enter into OPEX positions mid to late next week? I'm assuming there's going to be some GACs. Yeah, probably. Really? Fuck you, SPX. Piece of shit. Clip it. I should, but no one will watch it anyway. You're watching the trade balance sheet at 8:30? No. My GME 1200C safe for tomorrow? Yeah, probably. I'm fairly self-deprecating, and I'm struggling with this newfound sense of self-worth following my recent covered call profit of $20. Is this what winning feels like? Yeah. And the bigger it gets, the better you feel. And eventually you'll never have any doubts about yourself. Your ego will become far too big for even just the people around you to support it. And then you'll start streaming about stocks and find 1,000 other people to prop up your gigantic ego. Are you currently holding any GME calls? A couple. Do you see some ouchy downs for CPI next week on GME? I mean, inflation makes equity prices go up. It's the effect of inflation on the overall economy that makes them go down. So it could be negligible. We'll see how bad it is. I don't know. I think we're seeing some evidence of, commodity prices and manufacturing costs come down a little bit. Although many of those manufacturers bought at the peak, so they're kind of fucked. Inventories are still an issue. The supply shock is not, it's far from over, right? So I don't know if we'll continue to see like this massive growth rate in inflation, but I think it's going to continue up. Can you roll August to January without spending money out of pocket? Basically, just take what they're currently worth, buying what you can. Roll August to January. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. You'll lose leverage, right? Like you'll probably be selling like 5 August calls to every like one Jan call or something. I don't know what the ratio is, but yeah, you'll lose leverage. But you'll buy a lot more theta. Hey, Gurk. So what you're saying is not force play that isn't extremely risky. Yeah, I mean that's how it works. When you're broke, you take higher risk. That's like what Wall Street Bets is founded on. It's all about taking high risk, high reward plays because you can get shitloads of leverage on them or you're poor. Capital markets, believe it or not, pretty unfair to the economically disenfranchised. What do you think about rolling calls to August or just get new ones? I don't know. It's up to you. Do you think TFU's favorite TMNT was Raphael? He had a red headband. Yeah, but that could have been like Karate Kid or Ryu. Who the fuck knows? I heard guaranteed returns. I mean, you heard what you wanted to hear. Can you answer this question for the 80th time today? When are you looking to buy calls for OPEX? I bought some mispriced GME $200 calls for August. They're up $100 even though we're down. So that's cool. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna hold them or sell them. If I can just, I have them. They're up. I'm happy. High risk, high reward gamble. By God, that's my theme music. These 5C loops on Bobby and 4.5 cost basis are feeling pretty special. Hugs. Pickle Morty, you finally found one. Congratulations. And you bought enough theta on it to actually realize profit for a change. I used to be disenfranchised. Now I'm disillusioned and disenfranchised. I got some August 19 200s, Jan 950s. It's too early to look at the money or near the money plays. Yeah, I'm not really looking for those right now. How did you know they were mispriced? Math. They're about to be priced correctly, and then I'll buy some more. How do you know math? I learned it. Math is like a language, right? The more you use it, the better you are at speaking it. 1 sec. I need to ramp up my rate of consumption of ice cream sandwiches. All right, Fess you. Which one of you degens time me out? Was it you, Carl? It wasn't me. Hmm. That's bullish. And the spy's breaking down. Interesting. I do like negative beta time. We'll see. We still haven't broken through 350. Like, we keep falling back under it. I'm still holding GME 715, 80, 180C, 80%. GME 729, 200C, negative 75%. Should I take the loss or wait it out? There's some really weird calls you've bought. I mean, you've already lost all the money in them. I guess you might as well see what's going to happen. Up to you. Is Bobby done for the day? I mean, it might be done for like the afternoon. Let's see what happens later in the day. What kind of bread do you use for your ice cream sandwiches? Sprouted grain. Is now a good time to load up on shares? Hmm, they're kind of pricey. Yesterday was better. Negative nada, gausative pex. Trading GME is better than sex. You know, you didn't have to switch the letters to make that rhyme. You're having a stroke, Subway Cup? About 2 calls at a 139 strike, July 15. Green, 60% today. Let's fucking go. Nice. Make sure you have a stop or some risk set on those. And the BBY bar rate increasing is awesome. Can you make a Pi-Fi cooking channel? That looks like more video editing than I ever want to do. Like, I realize it would be wildly popular and you know, I'd become a known name in the culinary world, but I really don't want to edit any videos. I bought shares yesterday, but I have an amnesia problem, so I was tense this morning when I opened my broker. Is everything okay though? Like they were there. Inflation numbers are coming in July 13th, but I can't see the Fed interest rate decision being scheduled yet. Is it safe to say that it will be the week following? The Fed just announced their minutes yesterday. They're proceeding with a continued 0.75 to 1.0 into July. So that's the potential for the July meeting. I can see them covering GEX into bearish, hawkish news. What about XRT obligations postponed from June? Are they set to cover on the 28th plus 2 day? Or could they cover before? I don't think they can cover those before. It's like an escrow account, right? When the expiration period ends, then they can cover. And it ends on the 15th. They have T plus 2, obviously. They have the standard settlement period. I would lose my mind repeating all these questions that have been asked nonstop for a year. It takes a special mind to deal with this. I just answer them in different ways, and hopefully people get the gist. BBY shares available on Fidelity down to 90K. Nice. Drying up. It's cheap as fuck, right? So people are buying it. Just outsource the editing. I also don't like giving people money or paying for things. Almost as much as I don't like video editing. Are non-DRS positions at risk of receiving cash instead of a shares dividend? In some countries, you may be. In the US, no. Flip Diddler. Game sells once again getting dunked on by AMC Chads. No, your guys' stock is still garbage. Having an editor on payroll is a very common thing. Yeah, gross. If I wanted to have people on payroll, wouldn't I start a hedge fund and not a fucking YouTube channel? Right? Like, if we're gonna think about potential income streams. You think buying BBBY now could be good, or is it too late? It's still very cheap compared to its potential price. I spent $400 to ensure that I got laid, Bones, not to get laid. You have to hedge the outcomes, and my personality is pretty despicable, so... Send whatever you need done our way. That wouldn't be cool. You can't start a hedge fund because of that TGI Fridays conviction on your record. I mean, I just got removed by security and banned from the mall. Like, I wasn't, it's not on my record. I didn't go to jail. So you don't pay any of the others in the Louvre gang? No. You won that competition, but it's all just community stuff. If I was paying the Louvre gang, they wouldn't be slapping my body on my face on like Elvira and revolting all the time for pictures of my calves. Or Dan's same like minions? Maybe. Thanks, Starscream. I appreciate that. I do too. It's on your mall record. I know I'd look good if I lost some weight, but it would require me losing weight, which is like sounds like a lot of effort. I also have like 400 ice cream sandwiches I need to eat in a week. It's gonna be detrimental to any weight loss goals. You can't stop us from doing that even if you were paying us. I know. Spy to 380 for Max Payne tomorrow. Probably not. I don't think nobody gives a shit about Max Payne. That's not really how that works. Like the chance of drift towards Max Payne is higher, but like no one's targeting Max Payne, and Max Payne changes intraday all day as hedging moves around. Can I change my name to Moondan? That seems like a terrible idea. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much for the 5 memberships, dude. I appreciate it. Just, are you keeping the lead? I think Bithead's in front. How's this going down right now? Is anybody keeping track of score? Welcome to Cornichon Pours. Just remember the most important thing about becoming a Cornichon. You're better than the other pours. My mom's favorite son, Max Payne. Dude, why does no one give a shit about me? I'm hurt. Well, are you hurt maximally? Or to the maximum? Check out food. Why? Why, Polar Bear? Why are you such a pain in my ass? Food's going up? Could have told you that. I don't think I can email an ice cream sandwich. Or do you just want to email you a video of me eating the ice cream sandwiches? There's a pretty exciting moment where I try to lick all of the chocolate chips off of the outside of it. I'm just saying. Even if you got it for free, Nav. Look with your neighbors upon your neighbors with derision and smugness. Maximilian Payne. Thank you, Chucky. Your lunch is on me today. Enjoy. The fuck am I gonna eat with $3? Can you even imagine what it's like being poor? Yeah. Very, very aware of what it's like being poor. Is this the world's first financial mukbang stream? Sometimes. Especially when I have extra nuts. I'm out of nuts right now. My Trader snack mix was run dry. You think they're pumping AMC to make it look like a better play? No, it still looks like a pile of shit. Biphead, 50 fucking memberships again. Thank you so fucking much, dude. I appreciate it. Welcome to the land of the less poor, all 50 of you. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. I'll play you some pigeon whale music. Riku, sir. Riku. Where's my goddamn pigeon whale music? Why do all my things keep moving around on my desktop?
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Gross. I can't believe I'm associated with the former poor. New money, bitch. I have to do actual work now. You can thank me for triggering MOASS later. Alright, no problem, dork. Wait, I thought... Did JFresh say something in the chat? I don't see it. August 5th, late enough for OPEX? Patience or buy today? If you're gonna buy short-dated calls, wait. Not only will people, thin the spread for you as we approach OPEX, The options will be cheaper. Just pop in and say OPEX hedge is currently 0 shares. Nice. Are you tired of the constant objectification of your body? Not at all. How about his idea is it to sell some CCs expiring July 15th, a la Moonwind? Really risky today and tomorrow. Have you had any free stocks from WeBull? I got a fractional share of Snapchat today. That was super cool. Oh, and I got some CX. So fucking they're shipping out the concrete again. Almost 20k subscribers. No. Am I doing something wrong? Have I not talked about how I hate dogs recently? JFresh Cat killed OPEX last time. No. Thank you for the knowledge you've bestowed upon us, but please can you remove the ouchie down downs from your vocabulary? Okay, listen, Sly Fox. People don't understand when I don't say ouchie down down. So ouchie down downs fills a knowledge gap, which would take me 5 minutes to explain in 3 words. Do you anticipate an onslaught of sadness when the Cornishons become regular pours again and pigeon whales tire of competing for memberships? I'm hearing they're buying them Lara bars next month. Oh, Jesus. I mean, that'll at least drop the subscriber count, right? How do I know what membership I have? I don't know. Did you buy one? 5-share Greg gonna have to change his name. When split happen, I get my Forex shares for free at same price, yeah? 500 to 2,000 in a single day confirmed? Is this how math works? I'm sorry, Gaff, but that's multiplication. Division is the inverse operation. Well, Monday potential ups from today, unless they can drop the price by tomorrow or Monday. I feel like people should play it really safe and not consider selling CCs until like 2 months after the split. If when the chance of a random run is low. Plus post split equals more shares for cover calls. Yeah, more leverage. Unsubbed, shill. There we go. That's what I was looking for. YouTube keeps blocking all the attempts to send you my email address. I'll DM to you if you want to send along that ice cream sandwich video. I'll let you know. I don't hate dogs. I just don't like them. It usually gets some of the viewers out here when I say that. I don't know. It's just trying to slow down the chat a bit. Any of the another 50 from Bithead? Looks like you took him off the rec show threshold. We need the liquidity. Congratulations, Casey. Okay, can the price actually split at 200? That would be great. That'd be cool. When did you tell us that you were buying back your CCs? The day before the dividend news? Yeah. And I sold my puts the day of the dividend news. Nice snobtions. What happened at 1269 today? Nothing. Ryan Player, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, bro. Fuck yeah, let's fucking go, dude. Hold on, I have other pigeon whale music. Let me find it. No. What do I have? I've got some good shit. Nope, that's the same one. Hold on. I have another one. That's Kenny, baby. Dan's chant. Hedgies are fucked. This is the one I was looking for. Fuck yeah, Ryan.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling cover calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult.
Never seen you eat cornichons on stream. Shill. That would be cannibalism. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? We can hear make a pickle act right? No. Cycle's dead after split. How did things change? I don't know if cycles are dead after the split. As long as there is a large contingent of people locking up all their shares in cold storage, I think the cycles can remain. What EPAM doing? Making me fucking money, Gaff? I bought back in. I bought back in on Monday. It's been nothing but upside. No MM obligations means no OPEX run. I have no idea what JFresh is saying. I feel like that's not what he's saying. I'll get it from the source. Thanks though. 130 safe, Carl. Why not play Bobby cycles? I mean, I did. I sold a bunch of calls in March on Bobby. Fidelity down to 69K. Might just hit 0 today. Interesting. Haven't seen a WeBull stock reveal in a while. Think you can do one soon? Yeah, I mean if someone signs up for it, I'll do it. Do you think Cat can test 193 by next week, Friday? No. I mean it could, but I don't think it could. Do you think FTDs are being satisfied today in this higher volume day? Probably. We expect several days of 20 million volume if no can kicks. Ain't it possible they kick OPEX again? Sure. Is Wyckoff a thing anymore now with the split timing? Only if we see institutional interest come in, which is unlikely at these prices. Ray the ice cream eating. Nibble the chocolate off the ice cream while looking into our souls through the lens, and then let the ice cream drip down your calves. How the fuck am I supposed to pull that off? That's too complicated. Just send a message to the OnlyFans with your donation. Jay, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I see it. I see it. Relax. Giant green Bobby. It's decently sized. Couple 600,000 shares. So OTC. All the big fucking orders are coming off OTC. Fucking shorts trying to get the fuck out. Maybe. GME doing another little attempt. Bobby has RC Ventures filing incoming. We'll see. I think the neatest thing about Bobby is instead of being down 70% shares, I'm now down 63%. Congratulations. Is it possible this is covering the volume is high enough that it could be? What, for GameStop or for Bobby? Bobby break 10 today? I don't know. Maybe. They're gonna fight for every step on the way up, right? Those put walls are huge, especially at 6. BBBY massive up. Up a little bit, yeah. It's moving. If BBY breaks 10, I would Kerm. Yeah. Let's break 6 to start with. Yeah, seriously. I'm willing to bet that he announces that filing directly before, during, or directly after the shareholder meeting and absolutely destroys the big short position. Maybe. Would it be smart to just hold 715 puts into next Monday to see if they short via XRT? I mean, how down on them are you already? Should you take profit or not? Dude, that's up to you, man. I want to buy near the money August GME calls to get some OPEX and retail FOMO exposure. I'm gonna see them drop the price to shake out weeklies. Should I be paying attention to option IV or price or both? Both? Down 70% on each, honestly. Can't get much worse. AMC's probably more coupled with GME now than it was, right? Still in XRT. Now part of the Russell 1000. So AMC is in even more ETFs now with GameStop than it was previously. Yeah, he definitely does. Do you know if Fidelity option quotes are delayed 15 minutes like WeBull? I think they are, yeah. When you answer yes to if OPEX can be kicked, what is the mechanics that would allow that to happen? Especially the June obligations? Swallowing it whole by internalizing? I'm not sure the mechanics of how that could happen. There's no holiday. There's no reason not to see any covering. I just assume that they always have something in their back pocket to fuck us with, right? I mean, a lot of it's just delta hedging a user. Selling CCs tomorrow if ups, then buying back by midweek next week. Decent. Selling CCs tomorrow is super risky. We don't know what's going to happen Friday after close with XRT beginning thresholding on Monday morning. Yeah, I guess you could see if they do it. Generally, you just like close your shit when it's down 20%, and then I don't need to have this conversation of what do I do with my negative 80% options. What are your thoughts on the split being during OPEX covering? I'm fucking stoked. Is it possible the volume this week is because they only extended once? The volume today is from people buying shitloads of contracts and FOMO. The volume the rest of this week sucked. Do you think the OPEC cycle could be broken into two? Like what happened in November when BBBY announced the share buyback and the stocks ran hard? I mean, if we see something like that happen, but that was them, clearing the obligations out of the ETFs because they didn't know the time frame on the buyback, right? So they just cleared the whole basket at once. Everything ran crazy hard, and then it ultimately reduced the potential of the November OPEX run. November OPEX still went up $50, right? It just reduced it a bit. We still broke Gamma Max. All the things that we expected still happened. If BBY goes above $10 onto the Gamma ramp, I mean, it's already on a bit of a Gamma ramp at $5. There's more at 6, more at 7. If BBY goes, I know OI supports the squeeze, but somehow I just don't believe they'll let it go to 80. I mean, they'll try to stop it from going to 80, but the market maker is still going to hedge their risk, right? What kind of stop limits do you have on your BBY August 10s? None? It's nowhere near the price where I would be interested in selling them. Try, same as succeed. Hey man, serious question. Do you want it to go up or down right now? P.S. I'm shadow banned for asking dumb questions all the time. I don't think so. I mean, YouTube generally just shadow bans people for using like derogatory language or excessive cursing or spamming, or alternatively, other people in the chat report you. But it can usually be fixed by just like logging out and back in again, I think. Do you want it to go up or down right now? I really don't care. I mean, I don't have any cover calls. I don't have any puts. I have a minimal number of calls. I'm kind of indifferent to the price action on it right now. I mean, I'm long, so it going up a lot would be fantastic. BBBY pushing 6. Starting to. I see. Look at you guys watching every penny come in. Fucking relax. This is how you get yourselves all hyped up and then you make bad plays. I'm convinced. You're like over here on fucking BBBY. You've got the chart blown up to the max. Zoomed all the way in on the candles. Just watching it like this, like, fuck, it's gonna do it. Just calm down. I know what you're doing. I do that on Tesla, no lie. It's at fucking $5. The guys, my long-term investment went up 10 cents. Holy shit. Do you plan on playing the potential downside on GME? Not really. I mean, which downside? Like after OPEX? Sure. Before OPEX? No. It's because bursting people's bubbles keeps them level-headed. Otherwise, they do stupid shit. They're like, that's it. I just full ported into one DTE Bobby calls. This is gonna MOASS tomorrow. And then over the weekend, I'm getting DMs like, hey man, I think I'm gonna have to sell some shares. I can't pay my bills because I bought one DTE calls and now I'm broke. Is there any way I can make this money back? And I bought most of my options sub $5. Or rolled my options sub $5. If I zoom into the 3-second chart, the volume is crazy. 384 put up to August 3rd. Do you believe this is a good play? I already made it. Why are you asking? If you say it's not, I'll cancel it because I believe good luck and thank you. Well, I'm not going to say anything now because I don't want you to take any actions based on my opinion. VLD DRS. These new members are in for a ride. Seriously, people have said they can't pay their rent and want to sell shares. Oh yeah. Like right before OPEX happens, generally, like when the price is at its lowest, the shit, like the misery in the, like, have you been in the poorest chat? Like pre-OPEX? It's fucking insane. Everyone's like, man, I can't write out another one of these. And then the next day, full bull. It's like, I just got a payday loan. I'm buying more calls. Congratulations, Fran. I just read an article saying it was 50K shares. Yeah, it was. It was like basically nothing. Kirk, you made us this way? It was a myth. Sometimes a little gamble is all we have. Here's the thing, though. Treat it like a gamble. Treat it like what it is. Don't hang your fucking hopes and dreams on it. Yeah, they started shedding 5Ps a little earlier. Pickle Morty. What is it, you son of a bitch? Is this a giant rant? Okay. Silly Gurk. It's not payday loans, it's school loan disbursements. Hooray for college debt. Bobby hugs. God damn it. I can't. I'm not going to fight you on that. There was once a young pickle who may or may not have invested in companies with student loan money. It was my discretionary budget, all right? If a share recall happened, when would it take place? Probably before the ex-dividend date. Do you go over the timetable of GME as a growth stock? With the second run-up after the split that statistically happens after a split? And the second run-up's not common in a split. It's just happened with Tesla. As a growth stock, generally stocks that split beat the market the following year by like 12% or something. It's like 5 to 12%. Why would we not go full port into OPEX? It seems like such a rare opportunity in the stock market with predictable cycles, stock split, and compounding obligations. Because risk. Because things don't always go as you plan, Justin Redente. I don't care what you do. If you want a full port into GameStop for OPEX, be my guest. Cat retesting 180 seems to have some steam on it. Did I set a stop? I should probably set a stop here. No, I failed. The market was that predictable, everyone would be rich. Yeah. How does everyone forget the lessons of Freg's Day and Freg's June so easily? Because they just don't pay, like, they just pretend like it never happened. It's like blocking out trauma. What's the James Rowland to tell me that the boom hunters off? Can you short those last 9 Bobby shares on Fidelity for the lulz? I'm not shorting Bobby. Cat will break 180. She's just a very slow cat. What's Greg's Day? I never heard of it. Ooh, that's a good name for June. Greg's Day. Maybe. When I started out in the refrigeration market, I maxed out loans, paid Peter to rob Paul, and I liked Rob Paul. But look at me now, international. Exactly, Bob France, France Refrigeration. Would it be wise to roll my August BBY 45s, 40s, 30s to 10? I mean, why not just go out to the leaps, right? If you're gonna roll down, you might as well roll out too. The leaps still aren't that expensive. I know we've already discussed this, but what's the outlook for Jamie this week and next? Is below 120 still in the cards, or with the action today, it will stay above 130 going forward? I still think they're going to try to short it on Monday. Maybe tomorrow. Fucking destroy all the 1 DTEs that hold overnight. Like the opposite GIF. Did for sure Greg sell in June? I don't know. If this hits 120, I'm buying in for OPEX. Yeah. What would that mean for Bobby? They're not the same stock, right? They have some correlation to one another, but they are not the same stock by any means. What would be more bullish for you? DFV posts an update showing he's full ported into BBBY, or RC reveals he's bought the rest of his stake? And when will be the new CEO? I mean, based on the current market cap of the company, both people could buy a stake. like, like DFE can buy just as much BBBY as RC can. He could buy more, actually. So you single it inside like I am for OPEX? Of course. But I have to fucking stab everybody else's bullishness. And that makes me less bullish over time. It's like a water over the rock. It depends on DFE is liquid and he sold his GME shares. Not really, right? Just fucking sell cover calls for an entire year at $200,000 a week. I'm sure he's got some liquidity. The 200,000 BBBY shares borrowed from Fidelity today. When do they need to be returned? Never? What type of volume is going to get you really excited? A lot more than this. DFE DRS'd his options. Oh, I'm sorry. Did he do it through Fidelity right before a stock split? Yeah, he also had like $13 million. Oh, fuck you, Dan Almighty. What if DFE has been short? Although with the recent pigeon whale wars, maybe. No, DFE didn't use Fidelity. He used E-Trade, which is the worst brokerage. I don't know why he used them. Is it legal for RC to give a loan to Bobby, or is that not allowed because he is heavily invested heavily? I don't see why it wouldn't be allowed. Isn't that like what vulture funds do? The split announcement, do you still think we hit Gamma Max in July? I mean, that's what should happen. Why would the split change that? You think they're going to try to pull something? Probably. Just checking to see if a pigeon whale has blessed me with their grace. Make sure you turn on gifting. Blackbird, DP, QP. Your sound is lagging? I don't think so. As a retail trader, if DFV bought 10% of the float, would you have to report that? Yes. Next leg up incoming? Maybe. We're getting close to 2 o'clock. When is the SPY gonna capitulate? I don't know. It broke down from this trend already, and now it's going for a new one. This did break down. I was right about that. But yeah, looks like it's pushing back out again. Can't stop, won't stop. Blam. You know, I said I wasn't going to flake out of my 2,300 share Bobby position, but I sold it in after hours yesterday for a 0.03 per share profit to get in GME. You bought GME in after hours yesterday? Jesus Christ, man. The FOMO with some of you guys. It was fucking cheaper at open. Cat 186 end of day. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. Kiss you were wondering, I was in the city yesterday for my weekly kava and it was marvelous as always. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sorry that it's only once a week, Gaff. If Jimmy Moass is, I'll install a kava next to your house in New Jersey. Don't FOMO shame them, that's their kink. Someone has to. Oh wait, the shaming is the kink? Or the FOMOing is the kink? Don't try to bait me to the Moass train. Fucking Bullard just won't stop. Is he running his fucking mouth again? SEC made that say no to FOMO for your subscribers. They went about it the wrong way. The shaming is the kink? Oh. Has anyone asked your opinion on wheat yet? Okay, here's the deal with wheat. I own a bunch of it. I don't want to talk about it until the price goes up. When the price goes up, we'll talk about it. I don't care about its intraday price. I don't care if it dips to 8 or roars back to 12. Can you say your opinion on the price of GME and BBBY after? How the fuck am I? So you want me to take a completely unpredictable report, and you want me to tell you exactly how that's going to affect the price of GME and BBBY? What the fuck, man? I moved my Octobers out to Jan when Jan opened up. Well, not all of them. I still have my $9 October calls. Was this activity with BBBY enforcing your hope for good things with OPEX? Or does it really have anything to do with OPEX? Is there an easy way to figure out gamma imbalances on a stock? I mean, yeah, you could be a market maker with a risk analysis team that's informing you regularly on your gamma imbalance. That'd probably be the easiest way. Can you also take that info and using the yet to be released FTD data? No, let me know exact price will be after the split. Oh, fuck me. Say you're degenning responsibly. Okay, that's not a thing. Playing one DTE, using OCO, one cancel other order to have a limit sell upside, stop limits protection to the downside. Is that how you do it? Thanks. That's a way to do it. Yeah, that's a little better. You're only degenning responsibly because the price moved in your favor, though. The initial act of degenning was irresponsible. You've just become more responsible with it over time, like a parent. You're like, I guess this thing's gonna live, so I better do something. I better do something with it. I'm gonna buy weeklies on Bobby tomorrow because I hate money. Okay. I mean, at least you have a good reason. With the recent planetary alignment, what effect do you think that will have on FTDs and whether or not my calls will print on Bobby? Huh. Real talk, are you gonna make markets post MOASS? I don't know. Your sound wasn't lagging? Thanks, DC. As my financial advisor, not. Would you advise me to chase now to get into an OPEX position? No. Are you thinking Jimmy will go down a bit in the next week? I don't want to tell you. Is my gamma imbalanced? If so, is there a crystal I can use to get it back to even? Yeah, if you actually just go sit under the light of a full moon, eventually your chi and your gamma will align and you will stop expanding. Hey, can you do us a favor? Tell Bullard to come see me behind the dumpster for an old-fashioned tan job. He won't be a bear anymore after that one. Wait, you guys are extracting bear mayo now, too? Is this what the market's done to you? I didn't realize you guys had sunk so low. My risk analysis team is the Discord pours. Things are going quite well. Antoine B, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I have a buy order good to close 17th at 100. On the 18th, does it split to four buy orders at 25? I don't know. It might cancel. Can you tell me exactly what's going to happen on the stock market and when it's going to happen exactly? And then tell me how to play it, and then I'll ignore and be as risky as possible. Just move to phase 2 immediately. You don't even need me to tell you. Waller Fed said 75 BPS in July, 50 September. Does not see recessions as jobs are strong and soft landing. Interesting. That's relevant. Pulling back rates into the fall is bullish as fuck. But don't worry, the market will rally up to like 390, and then that other dickhead will come out and do a speech, and he'll be like, no, we're gonna go 75, 75, and then the market will come down, and they'll just keep fucking with everybody until they can find some sense in the data that the supply shock is easing up. Wi-Fi is so good, he officially reported the top of the Rolex market a few weeks ago, and now Bloomberg is just reporting the same thing. Guide us through MOASS, cult leader. Seriously? That's fucking funny. The split announcement timing is perfect, not only for the upcoming OPEX window and FTDs, but also it's running IV up early when the MM and hedge funds want it at its lowest. Yeah. I don't think we need FOMO we saw in Gen 21 with the split to cause a 700% increase. Do you? Hmm. Good question. Hmm. Maybe. The difference is the liquidity, right? Although our liquidity now is just similar to like December 2020. Um you know, if something happens, the FOMO will come regardless, whether it be retail investors or institutions. It always arrives when it is worth it. So no and yes. I mean, up to a certain point, like we know that the like gamma expansion can only really occur to a certain point before it collapses in on itself, right? So without FOMO, you can't really go beyond that. Don't get me wrong, like the cheaper options chain and stuff like that could really push forward bigger moves, but that won't necessarily happen. I made an option play that's green for the first time. 819, 5C, and 6C bought this morning. Thanks for increasing my number of wrinkles, dude. No problem, man. Congratulations, by the way. Is now a good time to buy ShamWow futures? I think post Bobby Gamma Squeeze, there's gonna be a lot of fluids that need cleaning. You know, I like the way you're thinking, Popcorn Trader. Moassa Deeb. Random tweet informed me that Indian Stay Fair will offer pickle pizza with homemade dough with a. I'm not reading the rest of that. It's tough to be a market maker trying to profit off the spread when my broker charges me $10 a trade. How are you feeling about DDS? I don't really have any feelings towards it right now. I think it's cheap, but after months of watching, I finally decided to subscribe. A worthwhile watch. Thank you, the only ever. 5 out of 5 stars. You should write a review. I have a technique to flip the bears into bulls. Scratch behind the ear, make them docile, then slowly caress behind the hind quarter while whispering spy all-time high in their ear. This is too much. It's a beautiful process. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you figured out a way. After another test of 400 in the next few weeks, and then turn have a final bottom near our last low of 362, but maybe lower, and then just flatline until earnings get better. Maybe spy end of year like 400. Hmm. Why would someone buy 11,000 2P Volatility hedge, maybe. But I want a profit. One time in 2 years. I full ported into Slapchop futures. Nice. Where's Gamma Max for BBBY at? I have no fucking clue. What do you see as fair value for AMD? I think it's worth like $160 a share. Is it going to realize that price? Probably not for a long time. Definitely not this year. So the California drought. Best way to play nuts. You can buy futures. Yeah, I usually won't buy like longer. Well, I won't buy shorter dated calls above a certain IV level unless I'm just like day trading them. DM, Bobby. Okay, relax. Yeah, somebody already brought up the $2 put order. Are they sold? They might just be sold. Your Discord mic's not working. Yes, it is. I'm watching it work. Unless Discord's going down, which might be happening. Why would Fidelity refuse to DRS Ape shares this morning, citing the split as the reason they're unable to do so? Yet when pressed for corporate compliance officer, they yield. It's a good question. I don't know. Probably something they don't want to deal with, or it's above their pay grade. It's not like the people you're calling at Fidelity are like well versed in the financial markets, right? They're just like call center representatives. They just like have a list of things they can do and a list of things they can't do. And if the computer's like, no, you can't do this, then they can't do it. Just like every other shitty job. I'm pretty sure the ticker for almond and cashews futures is DEEZ. D's. Oh, like D's nuts. Here comes the next leg up. Yeah. Although these are getting progressively less impressive. And I think I'm just mostly being pushed by active funds. Can't internalize forever. Jamie forming a Famunda pattern? Why do you sound so sad? I'm not sad. It's like the entire financial world forgot about runaway inflation, recession, wars, pandemics, and supply chain issues. It does that like every other day. You hate making so much money? I'm just indifferent to it. Is it a good time to buy more locust insurance? Maybe. At least plague insurance. I'm not responding to these simp Q questions. $150 end of day, or I sell my house. They're really trying not to let GameStop gain any ground. It's not working, but they're trying. Has the borrow rate gone up today at all? Maybe we got fucking active trader open. What's the borrow rate on Fidelity right now for GME or IBKR? I guess I could just check IBKR myself. Fucking down? It's just no, it's up. It's up today, right? Didn't it hit 30 yesterday, or like just slip below and now it's up a tiny bit? Up, okay. Little pressure. I like it. Yeah, Fidelity's kind of slow. It trails. If we're gonna grind the price down before July OPEX, I feel like Jimmy's gonna go on reg show is actually possible. Maybe, but not anytime soon. Who would have actively be trying to prevent Jimmy from moving today? Is that a prime broker move or a market maker move? Could be both. Placeholder comment that's interesting. Something Pontiff application. Thank you so much, Bithead. Seriously, man. Bithead running for Pontiff of VWAP. Do you take campaign donations? That's ridiculous. Thanks for all you do. What is going on? Why is my portfolio green? Full bull. Cat over 180. Nice. It finally broke. That fucking took a while. Play full bull, please.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
Here comes the hate watchers. Goody. I love it when they get mouthy. Is that gamma neutral? No, gamma neutral's at 117, dude. Why are the Dans so quiet? The Dans don't come out until after 150. Hey, Pickle Man, just finished shaving off all my body hair. Check DMs for the documentary of this 12-day adventure. That sounds super exciting. I can't wait to watch it later. It's 220. It's getting there. Yeah, I know. So you were on the hook for about 200 million shares and have to deliver them in 10 days. How do with only 6 million volume a day? Pickle Man, please. I don't know how to help you. Definitely not Ken Griffin. I have important information regarding one of our leading indicators. We've just reached 79 dislikes on the stream. Concord has analyzed the data and has determined that we are either about to move bigly or it's because you said you don't like dogs. It's definitely one or the other. Walk in. Is there any hope for Jan 950 calls purchased for no packs that are still being held? They're down 30%. If we get another hard IV run, could these still print? Yeah. I don't know what I mean. What's your cost on them? It's definitely more, but I mean, yeah, they could still print if you're still holding them. Can you give Pigeon Wheels timeout power? Oh no, it would be abused. I can't believe we've had Ryan Cohen, DFE, and Ken Griffin on the stream. Okay, now let's say MOASS doesn't happen after the split in Dividend Marketplace. Then what? I mean, that's my plan. Is that nothing's really going to happen besides OPEX. Maybe like a big OPEX, but OPEX. BBBOI fair value. You once suggested around 15. Yeah, roughly. They can clear some of their debt and shit. They could be worth a little bit more than that. They're being shorted into the ground recently, right? 13, 14, 15-ish. That range. But yeah, without the debt, they're worth a lot more. You remember how you said, hey, 25% is compounding? That's good. Well, that contract is now up 1,500%. Congratulations, dude. Got 2 unskippable odds. Calm down, I'm dying. I don't play them. YouTube does. What did you get censored for, Popcorn Trader? The full ball song request timing was perfect, huh? I wonder what I know that no one else does. Ryan Cohen? Crap, wait, no, Popcorn Trader. There's no clear indication that AMC is a hedge. There's a lot of correlation, but not a lot of causation. People think Simply is gonna squeeze. Why? Just cuz? Why is Crocs running? Who the fuck knows? I think it's one of the basket stocks. Will there be a share recall? There could be. It's not a guarantee. Any reason for them to try to drop the price tomorrow? Yeah? They read a DD? Oh. It just did squeeze? Oh, good for it. Next resistance for cat is 182.50. Yes. Play the Dillionaire song for stonk motion. Do you become a Dillionaire? It was about time to get some more Jamie options. Was waiting for more downs before buying in. But it looks like that's no longer likely after the announcement. We could still see him. There's plenty of time. Thank you so much, Stock Motion.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Hit me up on the Discord after, man. I'll get you
We might have
get
chance,
you
but we
added.
ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5.
Sold out of Brokerage doesn't let you transfer shares. Now I gotta wait for the price to go back down, or I lost 15% of my shares in the new broker. Interesting. What broker doesn't let you transfer shares? It squeezed 25,000%. Simply, yeah, cool. How does the SEC ignore this? It's not their job. Is it, like, delisted? It's not even a chart here. I could go look at it in TradingView. Uh, so we're from 2 cents to $3.80. Cool. It's a big fucking move. Oh, eToro. It's a good entry for KO. Not really. You probably want to target like the $60 like range, maybe even lower. I would wait for the next dip in the market before looking for anything. I don't think anything's particularly good entry today. Like for long term. Everything's kind of running up today right now. Yeah, SPY volume is pretty low given how much it's gone up. Completing the GME bounces on the EMA 30 and then enter on the breakout of the previous high. What? IWM dropping off a cliff. Ooh. ETF liquidity? Here comes the burn. Fuck, man. They really know when to buy calls. I'll give them that much. Does the top action scare you? No. Why would you be scared of the of stocks? They're harmless. Getting some divergence on the 5-minute. Cool. Hmm. Is it just you playing the post announcement run up? I'm not really sure yet. I think I might close them if we fall below or fall back to like 31. Time is it? Dark pools are dumped out, maybe? Still like 3:10ish and around there, 3 o'clock. When did you choose the August 19 expiry? It's the monthly expiration after OPEX. It's the next OPEX. With the split happening in our T plus window, do you see an advantage for them to start covering on Monday rather than pushing it off to Tuesday, Wednesday like normal? They could, yeah. They can start covering Monday. Be aware of that. They may start covering before, right? If there's a recall. Remember, T plus the next Wednesday. After next Wednesday, it can get kind of dicey. 4-to-1 split now. 3-to-1 split early August. A hedgy trap? What? Like reverse split? Or just splitting twice? Why would they split twice? Jeez, they're already splitting at kind of a low price. I mean, why not? Well, you don't want to undervalue your stock price. It doesn't look good. Too many splits look bad. I know it's meaningless, but there's psychology behind stock splits. It has a definitive effect. Would loading up on calls now be chasing? I wanted to wait for a better entry, but announcement makes things tricky. You know, you can be patient or not. We'll see. They're boofing a lot of retail interest today, I think. And tomorrow, but once those 1 DTEs fall off, we'll see. Don't forget June 24th so readily. Remember when we hit 148.50 and then 126.50 in the same day? Don't think they can't do that from 133. Just be careful, you know? I feel like the same question about entering calls keeps getting asked. Yeah, probably. If the price were to rise to these prices post-split, wouldn't it be advantageous to split again? I think it'd be advantageous to just sell shares. Like, see, I'm not too sure about that, Ryan Ice Cream Cohen. I'm not sure if the dividend shares, I mean, technically they're the original shares, so they should have long-term holding, but I'm not sure if they do. It's more of an accounting question. I'm not a CPA. Reddit is selling NFT avatars now. Oh, cool. Okay, hear me out. Everything is tax-free if you boof the shares, then deposited them into the Caymans. Just ask Uncle Bruce. Wait, if you're not a CPA, why have you been sending me my taxes for 2 years? I don't know. I just put them in the corner over there. DDS just took off. Watch it for the last several days and missed the boat. Did you? Oh, fuck yeah, it moved up hard. Looks like somebody bought 2,000 shares. They'll be long term if they're long term now. Okay, cool. I think all of my, almost all of my shares are long term now. August 28th. And I'll have like 100% long term holding. No, that's not true because I have fucking shares that I exercised in March. Shit. I got those CSPs that I got assigned on. Oh, what fucking account are those in? Hold on. Let me check something. Mm. Hmm. Okay. Sorry. There's anything wrong in using Henkin Ashi on daily candles. No. No, I sold CSPs at 120 and I was making sure I had enough cash if they fill. I don't think they're gonna fill at this price, but mini SPX worth trading? I don't like it, the minis. The mini SPX. They're probably fine, but I'm not a big fan of them. I'm feeling bullish again. Talk me down. Ah. Computershare no longer has the GME ticket available to buy with could be potential company carve out. I don't know. GME buys AMC with all its newfound share liquidity. Or not AMC. Fucking fuck it. Why not? Buy them both. They're both worth nothing, right? What's the market cap on AMC? 7 billion? Okay, they can't buy that. They could buy BBBY. How come DDS shot up? Someone bought like 2,000 shares. GME buys Best Buy? No. Delisted baby company GME used to own. Interesting. They would have had to have announced that already. Super Dan. Jimmy buys Hood. That'd be funny. Jimmy buys Radio Shack. The post about how split dividends work in Wall Street Bets is hilarious. You're going to be the largest Jimmy Erica holder in the world? I mean, no. There's a few people in just the stream that have more shares than me. There's one guy that's got more than DFE, and DFE has a shitload of shares. Like, it is bullshit, Cream. Ignore them. Wouldn't Jimmy buy Tootsie Roll? I don't know. Jimmy buys Gurk. I'll take an equity buyout from GameStop. Who's providing the Jimmy shares for split beyond what Jimmy themselves will provide? But it's just Jimmy. Jimmy provides them. The DTCC will provide the rest. Are you able to see the ticker and actually go through with a purchase? Wait, what's happening? Maybe Jimmy's getting a cheaper transfer agent. Any reason why SPY is up so much on such low volume? It's a good question. Yeah, not a lot of pushback today. Wouldn't Jimmy require a share count to distribute a dividend? No. You guys are assuming a lot of like serialization and due process and this type of thing that's just not there. It feels like some behemoths. On what? They'll just fucking here. This is how it'll go. They'll just appear. Right? And then they'll be there. And then in some countries they'll sell them off and give you cash. No wonder SS banned you. You've dispelled all of the most upvoted posts from yesterday. What happened to call options held during a split? I haven't been able to listen to the entire stream, so apologies if it's been answered. They just become a contract worth 400 shares of the underlying. and the strike splits. So if you have a $100 contract, then you'll have a $25 contract worth 400 shares. End of day, 17% up. Maybe. I could see it. I could also see us moving down after CNS closes. I think if they get an opportunity to leverage a downside with the active funds, that'll stop this run up. Isn't that about forcing tax losses on people and their TOS? No, it's the fucking certain countries don't do share dividends. So like when you get one, they sell the shares off and just give you cash as a dividend, and then you have to go buy shares. I don't know which countries that is, but I know there's a couple. I can't remember. UK? Maybe. What time does CNS close? 3:10. Roughly. But yeah, 3:10. How high does Bobby need to go for you to participate in booty loops? In what manner am I participating? Jamaica doesn't do share dividends? Oh, okay. Are shorts in a bind in this situation, or we still have an ace up our sleeve? I mean, they can drop the NFT marketplace. If there's a share recall, the shorts are just fucked, right? That's how those work. Can we have the chart up a bit? I mean, it hasn't broken off of it. It's still at 135. It's a bit pricey. Eh. Did you ban Moon? No. What's the determining factor for GME Corp executing a share recall? They can't. That's the determining factor. A publicly traded company cannot recall its own shares. Your stream yesterday was on point. I just want to thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you want to YOLO $500 into the potential most profitable option if we do hit 200 again, would you wait and buy the day of the 18th, the Friday before? Yeah, I'd probably wait. During your time as a bartender, were there any drinks you absolutely refused to make or hated mixing? I really fucking hated making mojitos. Mojitos were a pain in the ass. And we had like really thin, tall glasses to make them in, and my hands didn't fit inside, and our muddler was short. So it was a bitch. Who recalls shares? The lenders. The lenders of the shares. They go, give me my fucking shares back, and then the shorts have to give them back in a timely fashion, or they get liquidated. They force the buy-in. If you've answered this already, disregard ill rewind. Wouldn't the dividend part of the split trigger some sort of automatic share recall? No. Nothing's automatic. I mean, you can recall your shares by selling them. Not just brokers, prime lenders. XRT through threshold run up still potentially coming. Potentially, we don't know. We don't know if it's going to cause a run up or just a lot of after hours volume. It caused a run up in January, but that doesn't mean it's going to repeat itself, right? Either way, XRT begins the threshold process Monday, unless it's removed from threshold today or tomorrow. No, I didn't, Johnny A. When do you see $10 calls for BBBY going in the money? Not today. I've been gifted a membership. Can I get a song? You did when you got gifted the membership. Don't get mouthy, all right? Did I recall my shares by transferring between brokerages? Yeah. Can I get gifted the membership? You're already a member. You can't be gifted when you're a member. How do you turn on gifting? You have to click one of the like donation things and like a thing will pop up that says turn on gifting. How long can we stay above DN and GN? We stayed above it for the last 2 months. We only dipped below like yesterday. I just want to remind all the people that bought BTC at 40,000 that it takes 100% gain to offset a 50% loss. Quotes for tomorrow? No. Power hour music. Sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Now, see, I made the right choice. What's your price target for tomorrow and next week? I don't know. The next resistance is 182.50. BTC back to 50K. Small rally before another dip, probably. I have a BlackRock meeting. I got some pretzel sticks. There's no liquidity till Monday, Dork. When's the last possible date to cover OPEX? Obligations? The 21st. No. Actually, the 20, what's the dates that week? Hold on. It's the 18th, 19th, and 20th, right? Is the T+2? Yeah. So the 20th? They're so fucked for OPEX. Shh. As quants, we can't be saying bullish things in front of the public, Dork. All right? I know you're getting excited. He's talking about Tootsie Roll. Kenny's 9,000 shares short on Tootsie Roll are fucked for OPEX. It would be bad to buy puts on GME tomorrow if we expect weeklies to fall off the chain. Maybe. Are you just buying them for tomorrow? What's the Tootsie thesis? There isn't one. All these are way too bullish. Hmm. Missing an image. Interesting. Check Discord DMs. Why? Oh, it's super dope. Is that from you? Tyler Nichols, creator of today's stream card, violator of the Louvre union agreements. I like this guy. He's sassy. He could be like a sticker if I had a merch store. I'll put him here. Nice. Win merch store? Han, I haven't opened one because I know you'll spend your entire net worth shopping in it. What? I just had him up on the screen. He's chilling. He's right here. These are pretzels, not corn chips. I don't have the Kawhi one. Sentence close. Break trend now. Cenas? Maybe. Check Venmo. Man, the fucking number of calls coming into BBBY today is so crazy. Market makers fucking selling calls against bot calls. Desperate. Jimmy looking like. A bunch of motherfucking weeklies again. Have you bought any Jimmy calls? I have a few. I really don't want to buy right now. Thanks, Korg. I appreciate it. Are you holding overnight or nah? Maybe. If you do have a merch store, please make a market mechanics based trading card game. That'd be interesting. Hmm. Well, it'll depend on if they drop off or they get rolled forward, right? SLD starts on the 20th. Everyone saw Simply. We should have a large amount of positive GEX. Not necessarily. Is JFresh salty today? Mostly because he didn't close his puts when I did. Will Spy find out it's splitting too? Oh no. James Cam died. I don't know who that is. What did the price increase? Yeah, it just looks like FOMO. Delta hedging, lots of calls bought. Elf's dad? I don't like Will Ferrell. What's that about? Sonny and the Godfather. Okay, I know who he is. Later, turd. It was good knowing you. How is your brain not mush after watching the chart for the last year straight? Dude, I've been doing this for like 6 years. Like all day, every day. Just watching charts. And then I didn't do it for like 5 years before that. And then I did it for 4 years before that. It's the third Wednesday. It's the Wednesday preceding the third Friday? I thought it was just the third Wednesday. Hmm. Oh, I really hope it's next week. That'd be awesome. I don't use EMAs to do anything, Stefan. I just put them on the screen to send you down a rabbit hole. Oh man, eating on my car speakers. You want me to crunch louder? Why? Because fuck that guy. Since you look at a screen all day, what are your thoughts on blue light glasses? You can buy monitors with blue light filters. Why is BBBY inversing everything? Because they're shorting it? Sorry, I'm out of things to crunch. I do need to eat another ice cream sandwich, though, before the stream is over. You know what I do? I get those things they used to use on CRT monitors back in the day. Remember, you'd find them in like libraries? It's just like that privacy screen that goes in front of your monitor. They don't make them in like 27 inches or curved, but I still have them hanging in the middle of my monitors. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought it was just on the third Wednesday, which almost always occurs before OPEX. All right, cool. So next week, 13th is SLD? Can you DM me that section? Death for my birthday? It makes sense. I usually wear a welding helmet when I'm on a computer. That way Ken Griffin can't control my mind into buying more weeklies. Smart. I want to get one of those motorcycle helmets that's just my face. Like printed onto the helmet. And then I can open it up and it's still me. What do you think GME after hours? Up or down? I don't know. I don't really care. Everything's already in place. The time is nigh, but it is not yet. Well, I don't ride a motorcycle, so I don't really need like a quality one. Did you buy more BBBY August calls today? Yes. What if you get a helmet with a graphic of you wearing a helmet? Oh shit. Did you meant to write diver's mask? Or did you really mean diverse mask? Do you also dislike Chad Smith, the drummer from Red Hot Chili Peppers? No, turd. I just dislike all of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But I dislike the singer most of all. Flea's not so bad. Do you agree with Jay Fresh's assessment that a lot of the ups today are from July 8th weeklies? Yes. Do you agree thus the downs could come hard when weeklies sell off? That's very possible. But hard downs still equal IV ups. Does the 14 in VWAP stand for 14 oracles of VWAP? With Lady VWAP being one of them? No, she's separate from the 14 oracles. So it's her and then the 14 oracles. I don't know Dave Rat, the sound guy from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He's probably fine. I'm not Russian. Wrestling year. Do you want a Red Hot Chili Peppers commemorative collection plate for Christmas? I think they're going to get a bunch of XRT liquidity next week. Do you sell and re-enter your GME calls if we start dropping? Maybe. I don't have any stops on them, per se. Are you bussin'? No, I'm sus. Remember? You gotta be sus when others are bussin' and bussin' when others are sus. I thought we established this yesterday. It's a very famous quote from Warren Buffett. Bus it. Sorry. Can you tell your buddies over at BlackRock to short the turns out of us tomorrow? That would be awesome. I'm going to tell them to buy more. The Oracle of VUP, the Oracle of Liquidity. These lyrics, turd. Don't get me wrong, I liked the Red Hot Chili Peppers when I was 11. But things change. You think buying calls for August is a safe play to try and get some OPEX gains? Could be. I bought some of them. Just a few. I believe it was actually Warren Eichen who said that. Oh, my bad. Got any grapes? Oh, God. Really? Chicken tender daddy? That's what you're going to do with your deck picture? This is what I do with my money. I don't know what kind of things you guys are planning over on the fucking mod Discord, but I'm going to time all of you out and just let the pores have their way. Going back to old country next week. Need anything? Real olive oil, cheese, maybe a wife. Definitely not the last one. Can you get some Grana Padano and like some 24-month aged Pecorino Romano? Parmigiano Reggiano. I have Pecorino Romano. Like half a wheel. I keep it in my cupboard. Don't tell people about it. Okay, that's it. I'm timing out all the mods. Oops. Accidentally just unmodded Visceral. Okay, it was mostly that. That was short-lived. Alright, there we go. Silence of the Dance, Visceral for mod. Alright, you convinced me. He's back. My carbonara didn't recover. And human is thanked. That'll depend on what happens up into the split. If we don't see a share recall, or the effects of one, then yeah. Ever been to Italy? Yeah. It's alright. It's overpriced. You gotta go up to the Bronx and go to Arthur Avenue. This Persian fortune telling stream has really evolved into something beautiful. Bravo. Thank you, Geronimo Balthazar. How do you have a record player? No, I don't have a record player. As one of my appliances, you should be aware of this. Looks like they found some Bobby shares to short with. There's always shares to short with. It's just a question of if you want to pay for them. You even ignore my membership chats? I did not. What did you say? Look at me. I'm the mod now. Okay, again, you can't just put a wrench next to your name and call yourself a mod. That's not how it works. Also, you know the rules. You're a Dan. Sorry. Pretty sure you would have told me I'm an idiot for buying them, but BBBY 4.5C weekly is printed hard. Obligatory cut is still obligatory. Thanks, Plumber Poopy Hands. Congrats, dude. Seriously. At least you bought them in the money. I mean, like, if you're gonna scalp, you didn't scalp such a terrible play. That's like NFT skeptic saying I can't just right click and save. But you can't enjoy the meme unless you own it, right? I bought them yesterday, went up 500% before I took profits. Nice, dude. You can't be dancist. Dans aren't a race. I DM'd you on Discord or SLD. I hope that's what you meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. I have cat near the money August calls. I'm somewhat concerned the market may give all these ups away overnight. Thoughts? It's up to you. I mean, it absolutely could. But it may not. I mean, you're in the money. It's not like cat generally gaps down overnight hard. It can though. Like that's an assessment that you need to make. Darth Dan, I'm going to tell you right now, DFV is this close to getting his wish. Has anyone seen Zakire's wife lately? That's none of your goddamn business. Good job, Carl. Talk more daddy to me. What's crazy if his DFV is still holding, he's gonna have 800,000 shares of GME. I know. For me to ban Darth Dan. Where's Moonwind? I don't know. How are mod skills, bro? Slash gherkin slash banalldans.exe. No, that's not how it works. How do you rub your Volga Vana? Counterclockwise. I figured out the algorithm when you clip, it runs 2 ads on me. I've only clipped one thing today. What does Koala think about the split? Listen, if you put his food on a plate in front of him, he doesn't even recognize it as food because it's not attached to a tree. He has the smoothest brain in the animal kingdom. Imagine selling CCs on 800,000 shares. I'm just trying to live with imagining selling them on over 100,000 shares. Clip it. Yeah, and they have syphilis. Oh yeah, chlamydia. Whatever. It's from the toilet seat licking. If you say koala 3 times in the mirror, he'll show up. I know, and then but what he does, he donates me $3. It's amazing. At that point, you hire someone to manage your position, right? Are you applying for a job, Herva? Two by 144 strike tomorrow. $99 just in case. Two by 155s. Ah, could that chart be any sexier? Yeah, a lot. Wasn't DFE a professional trader? He was a, like, I think he designed investment education programs, something like that. At least if Popcorn Trader gets to be your financial advisor, we can still have streams shortly after MOASS. Imagine hate donating money to someone on the platform that doesn't take fees, Ko-Fi, and so the platform that does take fees, YouTube. Oh, he's banned on the YouTube, so he can't communicate through the YouTube chat. Lesson 1, YOLO your life savings. Oh, God. There goes BBBY. Win Twitch stream? People are clamoring for cliff bets. I don't know. Here's your cut, shill. Thanks, Koala Hugger. So after a couple of months, how's the secret lab chair? I love mine. It took a while though. I fucking hate it. It's a piece of shit. I can't say enough bad things about Secret Lab as a chair manufacturer. Where's Gaz? I haven't seen Gaz in a while. Win whale taint membership. I'm responsible for the $10. I at least owe you that, so we're good. Okay, RC's dentures. I don't like Herman Millers. I think I'm going to try the steel case. Which is worse, your secret chair or your old Staples Hyken? Oh, the secret labs chair is way worse. Tesla and a wedge on the 1 day. Thoughts? I mean, it's either gonna break out, right? I think I already have this on my other chart, but wait, ah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it'll just depend on the market, I think. If SLD's next week, though, it could get hammered pretty hard before it runs again. Are you doing the little wedge? This one? This is not bullish. Like this thing? That's just like that's not a good wedge. Where's Jamie? Man. That's a trap. What is? Can you explain LSD? It's a psychedelic drug? Limited slip differential? Hold on, gonna go pop some Lucy? Are your downs expected next week? Because why not? Don't ever ask me to explain myself. Is this more free koala hugger money? This whole channel's a trap. Shilly shill shill shill. Something James, what's his face? Also, fuck you, Tom Tom and Bithead. Wow, that's rude. Two of our most glorious pigeon whale benefactors, and you insult them? The manners on this guy. Looks like you missed a super chat. Let me lick your doorknobs. Thank you, koala fucker. You should rename the DTCC to the STCC. Suppository taking colon crushers. I don't get it. Like they're chewing the suppositories or the. Do you expect downs tomorrow? They're boofing? Not necessarily. Risk management books. I mean, it's covered to some extent in all of them, right? Specifically on the topic of risk management, I'd have to think about it. Bussin' when Gherk is sussin' makes pores fussin'. What's max pain this week? 130, I think. It'll change, but right now. Sorry, dude, you got gifted for me, a poor. Get it in there, logic dustbin. Today, cat same like 1014 and 1-4, moving towards XDiv from what I can see. The MMs have to hedge the $15 jump day, not if they can get it below the price it started at by Monday. Oh, she was on CNBC talking about this company that I've over leveraged myself into. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. A Lost, Jason, Christian, and Andrew Parker. Welcome to Cornichon. I have gifting turned off. Joke's on you. I think they're just trying to get everybody past the chat timing restriction so that I can never keep up with chat. I was meant to cancel my membership yesterday, but you two resubbed me for another month automatically. Welcome back, CJ. Spy should have Gex tomorrow from Wednesday's run. I'm holding my spy calls overnight. I think it's the 13th. I think somebody sent me some documentation. Which is exciting. No, I don't think that's the way it works. Stop it, chicken tender daddy. Google earnings will be wild with YouTube now accepting gifting subs. Gonna be a lot of people transferring from Twitch. Interesting. I bought 19 S60 160. August 19 160s. Thank you, Secure, for making sure I didn't have to see that. That's how we look when there's not that many shares to short us. Yeah. You think a lot of volume has been internalized today? Probably. How much sus before we go buzz? Noodle Soul, thoughts on people who say brokers can pay you the dividend in cash if not DRS? Oh, Jesus. What do you think? What do you think about those people? Noodle Soul. You think they might be fucking idiots? Although some countries don't allow share dividends. So if you live in one of those countries, you might be fucked either way. I'm unable to stop being annoying. It's just how I am. Are we gonna gap up again in after hours? Why? Maybe. I don't know. You think RC is gonna release more bullish shit today? I'm guessing about 2 years of sus. Either down now or we break out. Huh. Ding ding. It's over. That was one of the most boring $17 climbs I've ever experienced on GameStop. I guess most of it happened in after hours though. Still up 1769. They've closed us at a bullish price. I'm reading something wrong. Did almost every share of BBBY trade today? That's not how that works. If I just trade one share back and forth 70 million times, that doesn't mean all the shares have traded. Why do you have 135.12 and I have 134.93? Different data, probably. I have like the paid data, like the MBB order book data. So pretty consistent pressure throughout the day. Looks like mostly buy orders for, well, not just weeklies, but lots of weeklies. Weekly is definitely leading the pack on the options bought today. Let's see. So yeah, about 1.6 million bought calls, 1.2 million sold, 536,000 sold puts, 300,000 bought puts. So not a lot of naked shorting on their end, but lots of bought calls. The majority of those being for July 8th and 15th at 1:30. So those are in the money. That's strong for tomorrow. But when they sell off, it will represent a large drop in the positive delta. So be warned of that going into tomorrow. That, you know, when those, especially those weeklies, right? That's like quite a lot of shares. When those sell off, it could represent quite a drastic drop in price. Wall Street bet degens, typical. Yeah, at least they bought near the money. What's the 600K traded on BBBY at close? Probably the like end of day like balance orders from NASDAQ or NYSE. NASDAQ, right? Yeah, BBBY is on NASDAQ. Got any? God damn it, chicken tender daddy, you son of a bitch. Copium and baseless assumptions have me predicting BBBY going to be crazy soon. RC purchase announcement incoming. Could be. We'll see. Be very exciting if they drop it in aftermarket one day, like today or tomorrow or the one after, maybe on the 15th. What about Bob Smith DD on 100% short interest? Haven't seen it. What kind of percentage drop does that amount of weeklies usually look like when applied to GME? 5 to 10% drop off? I mean, that'll depend on what comes in tomorrow, right? Like, tomorrow we may see an increase in like July 15 calls come in. But generally, as soon as they are at risk of going out of the money, people bail on them. What do you think about BTC bounce above 21K? I said it would. I agreed with you, you bastard. Oh, I thought you were being contrarian. Never mind. Do you see Elon's tweet about help the Earth's underpopulation rate? He's the best internet troll ever. No, he's an asshole. You got it, man. Spy tomorrow. What do you think? Good question. Really had a hard time pushing up today on very low volume. I don't know how sustained this price action is going to remain. But it could be choppy for a while until some economic data comes in to reverse the trend. AMC ram hard 600% on weeklies. Just following the GME run. Nice. Thanks, Kirk. Have a good night. You too, man. Thanks for all you do. I'm twice the trader in 6 months, and I wasn't 2 years on my own. Your knowledge and efforts to pass it on are much appreciated. Thank you, Celtic Mako. I was gone for the days. Holding calls through the split a good idea? You can. I mean, I can't say if it's a good idea or not. I don't know how you're going to exit the position or manage it. Is holding through fine? Yeah, if you manage it properly. Cat dropping like a rock. Nice. Spy flash dump 2%. The crash is coming. Why cat dump? I don't know. Everything looks like it's moving down hard in aftermarket. Someone have shitty earnings today or something? Tesla down 1.5% already. Spy didn't dump 2%. Get out of here. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I still don't think they're going to have a lot of liquidity till Monday. So probably more internalization, more trying to keep us from climbing over to the next OI, like the next significant chunk of OI on the options chain after the cross of 130, which may not really exist at this point, but 0.03%, seem like 2%? No. When do they have to dump internalization? Not in T+2. They can do it for a while. Crazy spy candle. Interesting. I don't see it. I see the shift in VWAP, but I don't see the candle. I don't know. Maybe I'll check later or something. Anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow for the final day of this very exciting week. Everybody get some sleep. See ya.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.